Hello, hello, Imaginary Villain here, and I am once again ready to do some game dev. Had a bit of a fun Valentine's Day, I guess. Definitely didn't make the stream on that day, but I guess I didn't technically schedule one. I don't know. I was actually going to stream earlier, but then, well, I didn't make that either. But I didn't actually post anything for that too, so I haven't technically missed anything. If I post a thing saying I'm going to do it, I end up doing it, mostly. But, So, I'm going to bring up my notes here. I'm considering just not using music on the streams I've been discovering because I went and listened back to I listened back to one and you know the music was just to the level that I found annoying and that it was hard to tell what it was. But like you couldn't tell what it was. It was just annoying. But it sounded like loud to me, which didn't work out so well. On the other hand, we'll see if I can stand just pure silence. I mean, I end up hearing the same tracks over and over, so it's kind of awkward, a little weird. It's like, same tracks over and over or silence. Decisions, decisions. None of these sound like good plans to me. So today's plan is pretty much to continue working on these bosses and everything like that. I did notice a bit of a slowdown if the game goes long enough, which might be an issue of having just so many things now to act as the border for the levels, which is a problem, I guess, because I did add in a whole system to basically place maps, sorry, place events around the borders. And then those events would basically just act as the barrier on the outside. I was turning the music up on the game at that point. And that's cool and all, but it also adds a lot of events that RM has to continuously load and unload, which is kind of it's RM, okay? I mean, there really is just limitations to this engine that are very, very difficult to get around. And they're limitations to JavaScript itself. Um, yeah, because I mean, I have this, and it does block around the outside here, so you can't really get too close. You sort of can, but not really. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about that. Some way to make it more efficient, I guess. I mean, I already have a system that's clearly loading only the events nearby. You can see it in action right here. That's why you can only see those few events there, because those are what's actually in existence at any given time. And I can shrink this bubble, which might work. But if I do that, then it does make it a little harder for the player. Also, in testing, I found that I think that the tarot cards need to be visible all the time. Like they need to just be perpetually spawned in, which is going to be even more memory issues. That was a weird thing here. Wonder what that caused. No error. It's just a weird flicker. So I think those are some design decisions that need to be looked at. Potentially a smaller window that they can see, and then make the tarot cards always visible so the player knows where their goals are. There's an argument for not even putting the environment on there. I guess you could do that. I don't know. Like, I went to all the trouble to make this cool mini map. But I guess how often do you look at the cool mini map? And at what point does it become just hard to even tell where anything is? I mean, it's kind of hard to tell where anything is now, isn't it? I guess if I didn't have these appear on there at all, then I could have the tarot cards wouldn't need to be there all the time. It would just show if they were nearby. Is that what I want to do? No. So thinking those are things there. I also want to put a system in so that players have to buy the abilities to unlock them. I guess there's an argument at that point of having less options, but then I went to all the trouble to make this menu with set up all these different spaces here. But I kind of thought it'd have more abilities too. I guess to be fair, you start the Diablo and you don't actually have everything full. You have it, you add to it later. So, hmm, hmm. Oh, I went to all the trouble to make this menu with a set up all these different. Well, I had one of the videos playing in the background. Nice. For myself. Nice. Oh, I tell this person put the link up. I'm on the 29th video. So that's like 3 to 5 hours per. That's insane. That's so many hours. I don't have any embed in the chats. Let's see here. So yeah, in Diablo, you don't actually have access to everything filled up yet. And you add things later and do it. So I guess I just leave them like that. It's an option. I also don't know if I like having queue as a thing. I kind of like just having the numbers to select, and that's kind of about it. But if I had both buttons able to do something, then I would actually be able to have it. What am I thinking here? I could have one button be the projectile that you always have, and then the other one be something else. Or I could have it be just a basic melee attack. I don't know. Melee attack doesn't seem very good. If only because the enemies are all pretty super aggressive. That's true. I don't know. I think I'm going to leave the menu as it is because it just sounds like it's a rabbit hole that I would go down that wouldn't accomplish anything. Because I'd probably have to change it later. And I'm not sure if I'm going to have the level ups in it, though. That might be a thing that's different. Or maybe I don't have stat level ups in here or something. Or maybe I do. I don't know. I mean, I could technically put the various stats here and then a plus minus next to them, which would be not bad. I currently have this doing it. I just don't know what all the stats are going to be. Yeah. I guess it is currently a system to upgrade the 2 stats that you actually have. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm going to start with putting the various tarot cards all in one spot. They actually just appear all the time. If I do that, though, I mean, all I have to really do is just... I guess they could RFG themselves from the thing, so once they appear, then they're there. That's an idea. Oh. What's Puzzle 3 do? Well, it's actually NPC 1 would do it, right? Let's see. Yeah, because NPC 1... And, I believe on their destruction, they do something special here. No, I usually like having music playing. Not sure if I like the silence, but at the same time, I always when I go to anyone's stream where they have music playing, I hate it. Like, I won't watch a lot of streams because music's playing, and here I am playing music in my own stream, which just kind of seems kind of crazy. I mean, do what you like, right? But I like listening to music. But usually, I like listening to my own music while they stream. Hmm. It's this command. So we remove this from 4. Actually, before we start this, I'm going to do the thing that everyone should do every single day. And I'd usually do every time beforehand. I'm going to take my game. As you can see, I make lots of backups of it. I'm going to make a copy of it. So this way, if I screw something up, I can go right back to what I previously had. And, make it all right without having to, really do anything extra. It's just not a bad plan. I highly recommend it. These are so tiny. You can have so many backups of it and not even care. Add and delete everything, whatever. Yeah, like why wouldn't you do that? I have so many backups. You can tell what the original project was before I took that big break from game dev. That's okay. So we're gonna sit there and remove this from here. I'm gonna do another copy command here. And then on puzzle one, what does map array even do? Anything anymore? Self switch A just does this, right? It just jumps to this page here. Puzzle 3. Yeah. Puzzle 2 turned out to be pretty worthless, just like Enemy 3 turned out to be pretty worthless. Or NPC 3, I guess, in the case, maybe, because I changed all the names to that. The self switch D is on and reward is on. Do this. This removes it from the collectible array. But the bubble array itself has to... Is this not being used? Surely this is being used. I don't usually put stars in something if I'm actually using it, though. Oh, no, NPC one. That would mean that I have to go do it this way. Get the actual code. Don't copy the command, but copy this to straight up code. And then this would be on page 1. Hmm. 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 I guess I need a new type, don't I? Right? What does it define itself as? Do I actually define it as anything? Oh, it's defined as a collectible. Oh, I hate having to make any changes to these events. I gotta go change it 22 times. I can't change this particular thing due to the fact that it's they have to have a unique item thing on them. Mostly this unique puzzle piece thing is the big difference that differentiates which one is. I tried to have it pull from an array once and do it, and it gets all confused with the access to the bubble array thing. But the bubble array is such a complex toy setup just for purposes of making RM able to run this game. It could never do it. No joke, not at all. This game would be impossible for it. You would hit the throttle so fast, it just would be crazy town. And nobody wants to live in crazy town. Well, maybe like wacky town. A wacky land. I can get behind wacky land. All right. So I guess I have to create a new one. I just hate that idea, but all right. Collectible has nothing in it. But collectible is used by all these, so I don't want to, right? Like I don't want to do that. Is collectible used by these? Item is used by these. Collectible looks like it's just for those, right? Let me double check that item isn't making use of these somewhere. No, it looks like it's fine. Okay, I can just do it in collectible. Never mind. Collectible might as well be puzzle piece or tarot card or whatever you want. Uh, Event OBJ. I make that mistake all the time. I leave it as this, which would make it villain NPC underscore vanity, which would be, obviously dumb. This should leave it perpetually on the map, and it'll no longer be destroyed by the bubble. I wish RM could just run all this stuff, but I mean, to be fair, UE's got a culling array too, so. What are you doing, weird thing? Why are you suddenly so laggy? That's unusual. Is there some reason? Huh. It shouldn't be all laggy like that. Yeah. It was a little bizarre and weird. I'm not gonna lie. It does some strange things that just don't always Qt web engine process. Yeah, it does that. But this weird thing that shows up every once in a while. I don't know why. Huh. Okay. Let me do a quick restart of things, I guess. I don't really need this open. Unless it really doesn't like something that was open on the on a browser. One of the problems with this is that it can be your browsers can affect the game's performance too. This engine sometimes. Maybe it just didn't like Opera GX or GTX. I don't know. The browser that actually has, it's designed for gamers. I don't know. It's pretty good. Mostly it just has a YouTube picture-in-picture that I like a lot. That's about it. Everything else is kind of worthless. Hmm. I feel like I should have the music running or something on in the game. I'm not gonna run it on the stream. The box needs right out of the trash. I like that. So let's see. Why am I collecting all those? I need to look and see if they stay. Also keep an eye on that FPS there, which I just leave up the whole time just to prove it's at 60 FPS because, I accept nothing less. All right. So it does reveal where they're at, which I kind of like better. It's true. And the boss is so much more aggressive now, but you can still leave him behind, which I don't like. Yeah, since the bubble rate is just, it literally looks for a bubble. Oh, there was a lag there for a second. Interesting. Might have been because I clicked on something. And it could be that mouse plugin being weird. And once again, it wants to move towards the location. Stop doing that. Okay, that's an annoying bug. I just don't know what I'm going to do about that one. A lot of testing of the code, I guess. Yeah, it does kind of help. I think that's probably what I want. You can already see some of the FPS having problems, though. That is notable. I consider it an abject failure if it throttles it. But it does make it easier to find things, so the levels take less time. I have found that I guess there's something that's not quite clearing from memory well enough because it does seem to have issues over time. Maybe it's these particles. I don't know. It's a plugin I'm not responsible for, so whenever it's something that I didn't make, it's always hard to tell if it actually really if it does what's supposed to. Yeah, like see, there's a bit of a drop in frames. I don't like that. I guess I should get rid of these here too. It is doing a few of them. That doesn't seem like enough to actually cause a problem though. I don't know. Decisions possibly be the issue. My goal is actually just wander around, see how long it takes to get through a level collecting the things and not even fighting. Did I walk through this? Okay. That's weird. Is it because the ghost thing, you trapped me in the other thing there and I'm just perpetual ghost? No, through is apparently now on. Ah. Well, that's bizarre. There's 11 of 22. There's a lot of tarot cards. I don't know. It is more interesting if you're actually fighting the boss and the enemies too, but here's another problem I really found is that you can just run away. Like, I need to have some sort of method to make it where it's difficult to just run away. Also, the character's running that way. So we're exposing all the bugs right now. And yeah, look, the boss can just be left behind. That's a real issue this game has going on. I mean, unless there's a reason you have to fight the boss, why would you fight the boss, you know? Oops. Once again, she's just marching back to that location. Plus, still has through on, so. Hmm. Yeah, that's just weird. The only thing that's through is the ghost form though, and usually it would reset it to off. So I need to find some reason why that's even happening because it's just lame otherwise. Like I'm trying to play fairly here. There's another card down there. It shouldn't even appear necessarily the first time. It takes a very... Oh, now the through is back on. So maybe the boss has a thing where it's setting it the player to through instead of the other. That's possible. Yeah, at least 5 cards. I've walked around the map and only seen a handful of them. There's like 2 there. It looks like 1 there. It's like they don't spawn in initially. Interesting. And now we have the other error that happens. Come on, break out of it. You got this. Like you have to run another common event or it will just sit there forever. Until you do it again, the particle stays. That's not very good either. Yeah, there's supposed to be 3 more. True, I really haven't run around and collected everything basically ever. But you'd think they would have appeared by now. I guess they could be in the center area. That's true. I don't think I touched every square near the center. I should also bring up the chat just in case anyone actually shows up in chat, so this way I know. I wasn't even paying attention where it was at. Great. I think it's up here. Yep. So somehow I got throughput on me. But it's gone. That has to be the boss, right? The regular enemies don't even have an option that does through on anything. But where's the remaining cards? There's supposed to be 2 more. And this thing's now spawned way out there. What's that? How is that a thing? I've never even seen that particular error. That's the beauty of game dev. You make all this code, who knows what crazy errors show up. Just like, this has never happened before. Oh, look, there it is. Okay. Huh. And when I did the other test, I was able to find all 22 cards. Now I'm starting to question. The FPS is still at 60. That's nice. But I don't see any cards. I guess I could spawn them all at once, but that's weird. Like, huh. I'm gonna make notice of all these things here that I need to fix. This is... Let's see, major errors. Tarot cards don't always all appear. That's going to be a horrible one to test because I'll have to go through and collect them. I might speed the character up for that one. Don't always all appear. Sometimes pop it gets perpetually set with through on. What's the other error? Now, the random image, I'm not going to worry about it. It says I've only seen 1 appear, and it just appeared over here briefly outside the map, which is unusual. So actually, I'm going to go somewhat near it again and see if it appears again. Because the things can spawn outside of the actual map itself. That seems weird, first of all. But, like, that could open up a whole world of problems if that's what's happening. But it would appear from the bubble if that was the case, so... I don't see it over there. So I don't know how it spawned. Like I said, it shouldn't actually be possible. I keep hoping that the cards just take a while to appear. So this way I don't have to, solve another problem. What was the other error? There's one more error I was looking for, and then I didn't actually, I didn't write it down immediately, which was a big mistake. The FPS is still kind of dropping a little, but it's still kind of sitting solid up there. It's only gone down to like 55 is its bad number, so that's not bad. It's not great. It still feels like a failure, but oops. I really want a basic attack that's available for what amounts to kicking barrels. That's basically what it is kicking barrels. Yeah, I don't see the cards. That's unfortunate. I wonder why they all appeared the other time. Also, I need to make a win for that. Let me add that to the thing I need to do. So I need a Twin level. Screen, text, uh, animation. I don't know. Something. I really haven't played to the end of any of the levels ever sitting there. Oh, now there's a big old lag spike right there. Is it because of all these? Hmm. Hmm. It might be too many events around there. I mean, like, you really are limited by the number of events you can have at any given time. And the only reason I've been able to have as many as I have is because of that bubble system. Because otherwise, just the events on like a corner of this map would be enough to completely level poor MZ, which is just not really. Yeah, now we're at the 30, so that's a test to note. Let's make a note of that. FPS throttles after, I don't know, 5 minutes. Yeah, that's a thing. Definitely a bug hunting thing there, and also to see if I can make the clowns better fighters. I run just a couple levels people to mess with and everything. I'm not even gonna have like all four. I think I'm just gonna have like some ones people can screw around with. So there's just something for people to mess with. But yeah, I don't see those cards. Wow. Well, it's a good thing we caught one of the game baking, bro. Bug can't talk a bit. Um, yeah, this game bait, right? Game breaking bug. Yeah, I don't see it. That's okay. Fair enough. So we're gonna put a console log probably on item 2 here. No, no. I only wanted to say it once because it's gonna stay around forever. Let me examine. Well, they all run MPC1, right? They don't even run anything else. It's literally just that code. Their only difference is the other pieces, which I probably need to fold into this too, just so I can keep track of it all a lot easier. I only have to code the other effects for them once. But these aren't affected by anything. They're just something you pick up. They're just important in that they affect how the level goes. On the other hand, because the common events use up significantly more, well, the common events use up significantly more memory than commands in these do. Writing them into this gives me additional optimization, so I can continue adding in things I probably shouldn't. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say it's event ID. Console.log. Oh, what am I thinking? It's right here. Collectible. And then I'm going to test this border thing. I really like how the border thing looks, but I wasn't having these issues before that, and it is a significant amount of events being added. So I am a little less excited by that up here. I can't have it be nothing. It has to be something because it's in all these commands down here. That's why I did it like that. So I'd have to write it in every single one. All right. So I kind of like having the music going. Mostly for me. I've also been noticing way less people watching these like last couple streams too. So I really do need to advertise other places or something. I'm so terrible at self promotion or just promotion in general. Like I can make all kinds of cool ads, but I'm just terrible about building the social media presence to use them. Look at how much worse that looks. Thanks, I hate it. So I'm gonna run around and see if all these spawn. Yeah, I really like the border. Still a slight bit of lag. I think I really do think the boss is somehow setting through on our. I didn't even notice that one. Try not to spawn the boss quite yet, just to make it easier to get to all these things. I only care if they actually say the numbers too. I don't got to collect them all or anything. If all the numbers appear, then I guess that's just a weird issue that happened one time. I don't know. A lot of these things would be really easy if I don't have to do the mini map stuff, because I have a bunch of extra pages purely so that it can add to the mini map whenever I do this, because it has to remove it all and then add it right back. It doesn't even add it back for the items yet, so you add that too. Um, so re-add tarot cards to mini map after status menu is closed. All right. How are we looking on these things anyway here? We got, that's not helpful. I guess I could count them. 5, 10, 15, 20. 20 of them have spawned. That's the number I had last time. Oh, wait a minute. It looked like it wasn't even there this time. Oh, maybe that thing just breaks them entirely. Oh, that's not good. That's you like 21 right there, right? So, oh, the image right there. That's a thing. Huh. Whoa. Yeah, that breaks them. So status menu breaks on map to record images as well. Okay. I could just spawn all the tarot cards at once. That does kind of take away the find it initially thing though, which I kind of like. Oh, now it's just really difficult to find again. If 93 is the last one, so if it ever goes past 93, right, 100%, like 5, 10, 15, 20. No, they were all here. There's 22 of them. Huh. We've exposed that they're broken though, so that's notable. Hmm. I think there's something wrong with the audio with this thing here. I'm gonna open the stream in another window and see if there's something wrong with the audio. YouTube's like, there's blah, 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 below the bitrate. And I'm like, but the bitrate's set to higher. What are you talking about? Why would you do this, YouTube? Why would you do this? Why? Let's see. Hear myself talking or not? I think there's something wrong with the audio with this thing here. I'm gonna open the stream in another window and see if there's something wrong with the audio. YouTube's like, yeah, YouTube's giving me a bizarre message. It's saying this right here. That it's like, what in the world? All right, anyway. That's bizarre and weird. Fair enough, though. So, what are we working on here? First, I guess I gotta fix the tarot cards. Just in general, these things need to essentially be just like these. So, I guess we're making them like the map blocks where I just need to. Then you have 7 pages. They have 7 pages. Let me guess, you're probably pretty identical to the map blocks, aren't you? Average duration, just myself. 10 seconds. Nice. That's actually a change I need to make to the stream too. And that is simply to tell it that it's part of RM. You can't put MV, but you can put MZ as a thing. It categorizes me as that. Okay, so those, it pushes the event ID, calls the array if it gets to 5. But it has to have the array thing for purposes of making making projectiles able to hit it, just to understand what it is. And these are puzzle. Where's puzzle at? Puzzle is 138. So when status menu goes on, it flips lockdown. And then lockdown immediately flips cell switch C. So it doesn't continuously run that there. And when lockdown goes off, it leaves just this on. And this sets the self variable back to what it is and then runs puzzle 5. I'm assuming we're running into an issue where it forgets its self variables because it's on a different page. Because why wouldn't it do that? I mean, sometimes it does that. Just RM's got some problems. It's what happens when you use other people's code mixed in with this code. It just leads to some real shenanigans. So I think what we're gonna do, page 5 has to have it too. It does have it though. It's all supposed to add itself to the mini map. Got the same lockdown C thingy. This doesn't even have a C. I guess no, it does. D is after it. So what's this Mapbox 3 read that the other doesn't read? Ugh, I hate the having everything just all over the place. I really want to put it all into one set of stuff so it's easier to keep track of. Yeah. Maybe this game should be like an adult game. I saw today someone's adult game. I didn't look really at much at it, but I was able to gather from what little I saw that it was probably an adult game. And this game that didn't look even remotely good was already making $194 a month and had like, 41 backers. And all it was just renders from dads. But not even like animated, just still screens. I'm like, what? Oh my gosh. It sells. That kind of stuff, adult stuff sells. As sad as it is, the big joke running around is you run as many female characters in your game as possible, so if the game doesn't do well, you can re-release it as an adult game. Because it'll probably do better. Likely it can't do any worse. So 5 runs. Well, 5 removes it, right? Yeah. So it's actually 4, I guess, in this case that runs. Mapbox 3 runs now. That's what I was thinking. Mapbox 3 adds particle true. To be fair, these are particle. This is puzzle 5. I guess I could rename them all to puzzle 1, 2, and 3 since there is no puzzle 1 and 2 anymore. It's just puzzle 5. Not bad points 5, but puzzle 5. It's probably this here, right? Because all you have is the puzzle piece thing there, and it's set up so that this way it could be a different name for each one based on the map. So the holdover from art, it took forever to get working right too, because it has to constantly remove and add it. Every single thing has to be removed and added perpetually in order to make this even work. Could slow the game down and run less enemies and everything, so this way it's able to handle it better. Possible, because when this goes to 30 FPS, it looks terrible. But when like Unreal Engine goes to 30 FPS, it looks normal. Like you can see the slowdown difference in RM, but most of the time when I'm using UE, the game's like 30 FPS and looks great. Must just be having less animation frames to work with. I mean, I have a lot more than normal RM people, but how much more, really? Not enough. Not the just continuous amount they have. That's weird. This shouldn't be a problem. I swore I fixed this a while ago. Actually, I want to test something. Do the items do the same thing? Have the items already fixed the problem? Because if I've already fixed this problem, I don't want to sit there and try to fix it again. I haven't done hardly any coding so far. I'm just trying to sit there and find all the problems. But I'm kind of at that point in the game dev thing where it's just literally going to be find problems. Hmm. Yeah, it's amazing how few people actually are watching these streams now. I think that either the time sucks or maybe just nobody cares. That's true. Which is weird too, because it was 2 streams ago was the most viewed stream, and now these next two have been nothings. Very weird. Wait, I need to kill something to get items of spear. There we go. This thing will do. Open the menu. It doesn't even go away. It just sits there. Oh, well, that didn't help. Those don't show up on the mini map anyway, though. That mini map is a real problem. I have to add an image specifically for the mini map as well. Find the little enemies I can kill. Kill the little enemies. Boss next to me. Oh yeah, I need a jump collision for the boss. Already included that in my notes. Okay, fair enough. Okay, that's a thing that happened. Not on the map in the first place, but they are still there. So I think oops. On C, it just has true and adds. Let's see, I somehow put the wrong thing here. The reward thingy. Image true. I don't see where I'm actually removing the image at all. Oh, never mind. I'm removing it here. Well, that's doofy. Skip that for the moment. Hmm. Maybe I'll start making tutorials or something. I guess I could make regular YouTube videos. After all, my most YouTube viewed videos are one took like 4 hours to make, which is just slightly longer than a stream, and the other one took the most watched video actually took very little time to make it. It was just a thing to showcase a tile set, and that's it. I didn't do anything special at all. So yeah, I don't know on that. I really like the border. Yeah. Gotta remember the goal of this is also to finish the game, not necessarily to stay, of course, not necessarily to do anything else. Okay, so there's that. Go into this. Still there. It doesn't have a mini. Well, it does have a mini map image. I don't know how that through thing happened. The boss is not out yet, so he wouldn't do that. Um, hmm. Just gotta check the boss's commands for through. Yeah. Do that, and they don't re-add to the mini map there, so that means they're just happening in the wrong order. We don't want this. We are going to console log these though. Puzzle 6. Puzzle 5. I'm just assuming they must be happening in a weird order. Puzzle 7 isn't even used, right? Is there a puzzle 7? There is no puzzle 7. Why is there a puzzle 7? It doesn't do anything. That's so weird. Maybe I made it with the intention of there maybe being something later and it just never got to that point. Oh, bug hunting. It's definitely so much more exciting than programming things. Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's not more exciting at all. I need to actually have a releasable thing that people can mess with. People have said they want to mess with it when I re-release it, so there's that. Hmm. I do think that there's just not a lot of interest in this engine. I think in testing, it just seems like that's the case. Like I thought there'd be a little bit more interest, but also the timing of the day is pretty bad. I'll try doing streaming earlier in the day or something, see if that actually increases interest. It does force me to work on the game though. Oh, actually, test this, and jump out, then hit this. So puzzle 5 never ran. Explains why I didn't get added back, right? Yeah, puzzle 6 is just running over and or 16 is running over and over. So why didn't it run? Puzzle 6 is there. I think what's missing is there's just no self-switch C on here. Did I take that out of lockdown? I think lockdown used to just turn on self-switch C, and that was just what it did. Lockdown is what number? 12. Okay. Lockdown no longer turns on self-switch C. Originally had a thing going, but not anymore. I think it's just because it was constantly running it and made no sense to do it over and over. All right, so yeah, let's see. This turns off. Okay, I just added that command and just didn't change it. That should turn it on. And then also, I'm gonna do this logical thing where I do this. Rename them more. Actually, I don't really want to do that yet, do I? Whatever. I put console commands that mirror what it's supposed to be. The whole game is not very organized. It was tossed together originally in a month, and it just has some issues. You know, if it wasn't for the throttling problem of JS, it wouldn't be that bad of a language for game dev. It really is just that. It's just the most obnoxious thing. I am not a fan. Not a fan at all. I missed the wall. It's so cool. Right, so do this. Still there. Nice. Look like I add an extra one. I think it added an extra one, didn't it? Let's see. 4, 5. Okay, that's not working. I think the remove command does need to be there. That's unfortunate. I deleted it. Well, rather than figure out what that command was, I'm just going to open up a previous version because I made backups. Nice. And that will make it easy to solve the problem. This version here, it is the 16th. Yep. Why memorize things when you can just do that? Guess I should close this version here. I don't need it anymore. Just to avoid accidentally working on the old version, which I have done before. Yes, I have. Not the best. No. Hmm. I may work on some tutorials or something. I don't know. Game dev's important though too. I do want to get this done. Looks like there's 2 of them anyway though, right? Removes itself, adds itself. Removes itself, adds itself. Perfect. It actually works better the first time. I think it's somehow running the code to add it twice, just like with the images for the items. Unless you get the duplicate image problem. Hmm. Areas aren't that big, I guess. Having all these tarot cards is kind of a bit ridiculous. There's so many of them. I still don't know what's causing that through error necessarily, other than the boss potentially. I was kind of hoping you would show up out and then I could that he would trigger it or something, because I haven't managed to trigger it any other time. It's just that one time. Hmm. So there's 2 down there. Should get. I don't know what caused them to not show up. I do like that they are on the map now all the time, so it's easier to tell where they're at. I'm not sure if I like the fact that it's kind of like an egg, not a game, but the cup game where, you know, it sits there and someone tries to hide a ball under a cup whenever you get near these things, because it's kind of what it feels like is happening. Now that one appeared down there, so they do appear eventually, but not always immediately. 2 of them just appeared now behind me. And clearly I was already down there, which makes me wonder. I guess I could have a system that spawns them over time. You have to constantly find them. That might be more interesting than just them being everywhere. And then just have them appear on the map when they're spawned, I guess. I'm not sure I'm going to make that system right now. It seems kind of ridiculous to do that. So I guess to be fair, it would be more fun, probably? Question mark? So I'm missing, there's two on the map, but there's one more that's just not anywhere. Go with those in a second, but once again, we appear to be one short. Well, last time we were two short, so progress, I guess, but I didn't change anything that would have affected the number there, so I might need to just spawn them all initially. The bubble system might not be very good at guaranteed spawning all the items, which makes me wonder why it's not, because it should. There's a whole command whose purpose is to spawn everything on the list. So, oops. Boss is significantly more annoying than before. That's true. Not annoying enough though. Like that. Like if I just keep running away, what's the boss even do? I don't even know what happened there. I guess it somehow memorized the previous coordinates for where the ghost form ended and then dumped me there. I'm thinking is happening. Huh. Maybe. Maybe indeed. Huh. Yeah, I don't see him. I just see the two. It's awkward. The heal might be too strong. On the other hand, everything does a lot of damage, so if I get rid of the heal, then things don't have to do as much damage. That's notable. The heal makes it where you have to do that. Like, I guess potions are also a thing. I don't know where the other one went. Huh. Did it vanish? That'd be weird. Did something so... No, it's over there. It's hidden under the blocks, but... Again, I've wandered around the entire map. And I don't see the last one. Unless it's in like a corner or something. Do I gotta run to a corner? Am I not getting close enough? Maybe. You see how useful the mini-map is. Okay, I'm just getting beaten senseless by this thing. No balance yet. Balancing is its own art. I'm running on the outside of the map one time just to be certain that it literally is just hasn't spawned. Look, there's an error in the floor. Well, now we're just seeing all the ugly warts on the game, you know? Before it's like, oh, blah, 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 it looks so good, but I was only looking at each level briefly. I don't think it's spawning all of them. But it seems kind of inconsistent because it spawned 21 of them this time instead of 22. And my initial test, they actually spawned all 22. Which means that I guess the system that's supposed to replace them, like if they don't land in the right location, isn't very good. Yes, I don't know. Are they just perpetually trying to place forever? That could be an issue. Forever placement. The bosses used to do that. Why did it include a randomizer in this? The randomizer is not even that cool by comparison to the other one there. I think we can agree that it's just not spawning it. Okay, so, but the other problem is at least fixed, so that's something. So none of the tarot stuff is broken anymore. And then yeah, I don't know. I almost like having the music going. Mostly for me. Because it's just so quiet in this house at this time. Now I usually realize how quiet it is. when I first got to this house, like it was like the creepiest house. Felt very uncomfortable to be in the front portion of it at night. I don't know why either. It just seemed to be. I up all night every night. It seems like it's pretty much normal, but definitely for the first few months. But my friend's grandma's place, and she passed away. She didn't pass away here though. Oh my god, when my dad passed away in his room in that house, I had a hard time going in that room. It just felt weird in that room. It was just, I don't know what it is. Not saying I've seen ghosts or anything of the sort, but a room where someone died in feels weird. Feels very weird. Unless maybe you're just like, at a hospital and that's just normal to you, but it's not normal to me. Not normal at all. Okay, I guess in order to test this, I do talk a lot more when there's no sound going. That's true. Fill the silence. Which I guess is better if you're trying to, put your personality out there. I recall saying that I never wanted to stream. It just was not something I was interested in. I do find it kind of fun, though. It's much more fun if someone's actually watching. Those times that someone has been around, I just want to keep streaming for a lot of hours. Um, I guess purposes of if it doesn't place, it'd be page 1 here. Oh, this is actually set right here too. Is it removing itself from the array? And that's the problem? Because I think that's part of the issue is they were always all there. And the original test, they didn't show up on the map. And on that one, they were all there. So I'm wondering if it's actually removing itself from the array and just not re-adding them because the one that was supposed to be added is gone now. Huh. Huh. That could be the case. All right. Well, let me see if this is the culprit. So I don't know at least where to look. I don't think of it. I've lived in a lot of really creepy, weird places in my life. It just seems to be how it is. For a while, I moved basically every year. Pretty much from, I want to say 22 onward. It just seemed like every time I would move to some location, something would come up where I'd have to leave there. And it just meant that I was in a new place. I've lived in so many locations. It's hard to call anywhere home. I guess this place is the closest I've had in a while. But you have roommates who just can't make it, can't afford to live there, and houses that the person loses and suddenly you have to move because they can't rent it to you anymore, or just something. One place where I actually legitimately moved out because it was so terrible that I didn't want to live there. That place was amazing. Like they literally tore open a wall on the interior, of the building in our apartment with like exposed pipes and everything, and then proceeded to leave it open for a month, just plasticed off. We finally were just like, "Hey guys, what you doing? What you doing, buddy? Kind of been a while. You're gonna close that? No, you're just gonna leave it? Okay, a little strange. Oh my gosh, it was wild. But then the place is also it was like right by this bike path, and the bike paths in my city are just some of the most dangerous place you can be. It's a college city, and the college kids don't know that most of the violence happens on the bike paths. So they use them. It's horrible. It's so horrible. I mean, I laugh, but it's almost just a laugh of like, sadness in a way. But they just no one tells them. And oh gosh, the number of times in the middle of the night we hear, help yelled creepily from there in the middle of the night. You can't see anything. You don't even know what's out there. So you're not really going to want to run off into that because you're as likely to need help as them. So there's not a lot you can do. You call the cops, but they're not going to be there in time. Whatever the problem is, even if you charged out there, your odds of being there in time are basically nil. So obviously they're not going to be there in time because they're going to take probably about 10 minutes to get there. So you just have to be well, creeped out by the fact that bad things are going on right over by you. There's not much you can do about it. Not much you can do about it all. There's 21 of them. Wait, did I see an extra? Let me double check this. Let me give the player more health. It's making these do more damage. Do I want bigger numbers or there's an extra? Wait a minute. Oh, I know why there's an extra. Because I didn't remove them from the array later. I actually deleted that. I skipped it here. Because they have to be removed from the array. But why in the world would it be different here than there? All right, well, let's do a quick thing here to speed this process up because this testing is taking a long time. And, I hate running tests perpetually. If I can avoid it, it's a pretty good thing. I don't want to do that. So, where's the spirit form? XSP 100. And then, I guess at the start of a combat, map builder here. I need to go through and clean this crap up. There's so much in here that just doesn't need to exist. Item stuff. I should put it where I can find it easy again, like just player stuff. SP is at 49, which means the other one's probably nearby it. It's fine. I don't got to do the other. It's just a temporary. Now I'll just have like ghost form for 90% of it. I can just collect it super fast. That's the problem with these kinds of tests. They're just not, there's no fast way to do it. I need to make certain that you can collect all of them. Which wasn't a problem before, but I guess just where it initiates that command causes an issue. I guess I need to have that report the map array. I guess that's what needs to happen. Well, I don't have a command to actually do that. I can report the entire array. That's true. We have the double image problem. Unfortunately, how fast that regenerates is also set up to this too, so. I guess I get to test what it's like to have way more of it, but without the faster regen, it doesn't even matter. It regens kind of slowly. I really nerfed it because it was too overpowered. It's already managed to just completely evade the boss for 90% of this level here. It's obviously too good. I don't want it to be completely worthless either. There's 16 of them. The ones up here, I guess. Probably lower right corner has more too. I guess to be fair though, I probably had additional traffic that I wouldn't normally have had. It feels like, because I was looking in the Unpro, he only gets like, I think I saw one of his streams get like 42 views on it. And he's been doing it for years and he has like thousands of subs. So it actually says a lot about the size of the community if that's the case, or at least the value of such content, doesn't it? Huh. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does indeed. Well, there's the 21st. Is there one hidden back here? No? Maybe just playing games doesn't seem like that interesting or content, though. I mean, how would I be different than anyone else at that point? Everyone and their grandmother plays games on these things. I guess if you just do it all the time or you play other people's games, there might be interest there. That's true. I could play other people's games. I'm not gonna lie to you though. A lot of the RM games that I see look really boring. I've tried to test some for the game jams, and I appreciate how hard it is to make a game. And they get some kudos from me for making it, though in most cases it's just something that they shot out super fast for a game jam. And I mean, you can make a game jam game really fast if you want. It won't be good, but you can totally do it. I don't know why it's not doing the other one there. Huh. Well, it would make sense if it was spawning one too few, because that means it's skipping a position in the array, probably either the first or last position. And I can work with that. That makes sense. It's when it's skipping an unusual number of them that it's a bigger problem of, but why would it skip more or less any given time? I mean, nothing works like oh, that's notable. Let's see. It's kind of a minor error. If ghost form ends too far away, area doesn't actually, we'll say bubble array doesn't immediately respawn stuff. Yeah, you can see the bubble array in action because I moved so quickly there. You can see that nothing is there because it didn't have the it checks at a certain distance from the player, and then if I go back, it's all right there again. That's why my sneaky bubble array is so good, but it doesn't account for being suddenly jumped back because then it's not checking for the position like that. That's not how that command works. The jump command just sets you back to a location and it doesn't check each of the distances. It's not a real move. Yeah, I think it's only doing 21. Why did it do 22 that one night though, if that's the case? And why did it do only 20 when I did the other one? It doesn't make any sense at all. Huh. Not at all. Hmm. Hmm. I could make them kill enemies to spawn it, but then they could just sit in any one location and do that. That wouldn't be very interesting. There could be special enemies that spawn them. Hmm. I mean, you have like quests and everything. That's a thought. But, hmm. Hmm. What could be causing this problem? What could it be? I mean, I guess it'd have to be a spawn issue. Well, let's do two things here. What's this variable called, first of all? Let me snag it so I know what it is. Block number? No, that's the wrong one. That's the up there. It's piece number. Piece number. And then let's go ahead and do this with it too. So this way I know what the information is. Nice, Control V, well done. I'm wondering if I've made an error on this judgment here. Oh, I don't use the cartographer thing. I made all this cool stuff and it just feels like a total waste. Because I never use it. Important spawns. It is listed as an important spawn, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. So on the tarot here, it's important here. Let k equal 2. What a weird thing. What's the second information here? Like, so important spawns does the array spawns, and then obviously the array spawns there isn't something you worry about. But I think the, let's see, where is it? Spawn size is spawn array 1. Okay, so that's why I'm skipping the first two. So I made the spawn size of 1. It's basically just 1 square. Did I just not put everything in the list? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's split them into groups of 5. No, they're all there. Hmm. Oops. Hmm. I think that the array is not finishing. Let's see. Let me put this in here and then have it run the thing and see what it does. And then I want the full spawn array. I want to see if all 22 of them are added or not. So much custom code. So much custom code. I pretty much get almost no watchers at this point during this point in the night. It really does seem like a bad decision to stream now. Or maybe people's interests kind of fell apart. I don't know. Possible. If that's the case, then I might not actually stream it. I might stream something else that's just not RM. Because, well, I only streamed this because I thought I had something of an audience, you know? But Doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe the audience for this is really just the simplest stuff possible. Like no one cares about the really complicated stuff. It's really just a bunch of amateur devs who are more curious on how to do the simple stuff. Is that the true audience for this? Maybe that's the case. If that's the case, I almost want to make a mobility based game in UE. Like I could make an RPG, but I'm really coming to this conclusion that I detest balancing it, and I really like jumping around all the maps and everything. Like some of the most fun I've had and messing with UE has just been that I get to, added a flying option, or I added a weird, ball that went flying, shooting through the map, or I added a grappling hook that started launching me all over the place. Like these were things that were really fun. And stuff not so much. Undefined. Interesting. The creator right here is 24. Sure, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, yeah. 9, 10, 15, 22. They've all been created. They're all in the array. Huh. Well, that's bizarre. Because if they're all in the array, then the bubble should just be good to go. Okay, well, that's not acceptable. Bubble array 2. Does this increase K? Well, that's right. Look at this. Sneaky little me doesn't actually increase K in this at all. K is being increased by the tester. Why aren't I just a little genius? Well, past me was a genius. Current me didn't realize I did that. I made it a long time ago. Map border test. Yeah, right here, K plus if everything works out. Because this thing's the thing that dictates if something actually, I needed a remake core group, I think. Do I? Interesting. Or maybe I remade it already. The original version was really, really jank, where it just individually added a few points for each size, and that was it. But this just scales. Okay, so never. I don't need to put that here. That's a dumb location for this. That's a dumb location. Nobody likes that. No, no. Oh, well, actually, wait. Maybe not a dumb location. I guess I only did each one once. Okay. How am I gonna tag this? Because this is actually what spawns it. It's the tester. God, this tester is just all over the place in what it does. Um, I don't know where it tests in there necessarily, but um, I guess tester is a thing. If tester if tester here. do the temp array, followed by whatever tester is. And then up here in tester, we'll write important spawns. Because yeah, okay, it's going to tell me the whole array and it tests them all, but that doesn't mean each test succeeded. And it might be that the thing is just not finishing up, though. With the way it's set up, it's the only thing that's advancing K, so if it doesn't succeed, then it shouldn't advance K. And thus it should continuously work until it does pull it off. Which in theory could lock it up, but that's not really possible. There's not enough events. But that is a notable thing. I think I might have had a limit on how often it could try. I don't remember if I did or not. Well, it did shoot them out. 22 of them. Here are the locations. Also, 19. What did that one say? Oh. All right, get self variable piece number. You know, at least I don't feel too bad about my promotion sucking doing this, because I saw how bad that GGG was at promoting its new action RPG plugin set, because you know some random person had to tell me it existed. Not even not even the they never said anything. So like, okay, kind of a big deal to not even tell anybody. All that effort for nothing. So yeah, yeah, I don't feel so bad. My promotion is about as good as theirs. Bad as that is. That might be the case. Maybe I just mess with UE. You know, actually, there's a lot of people in the ARM community who are curious about UE. Ooh, wait a minute. Have I become Judas? Maybe. Not like anyone will actually be listening to the stream by this point anyway. The thing about it is if no one watches it live, I found with streams, very few people ever come back and watch them. Like if they're a how-to video, perhaps, but otherwise, no. I'm kind of close enough where it seems like I could finish this game, though. You have a lot made already. It does make me not want to just give it up. Is there a way to view the bubble array? I don't even know where it would be at. They're not labeled by anything, so they're actually hard to find. Like they're all spawning. Can't get them all to can't like view them all or anything, but they're all spawning. I should probably make it so that Tinka doesn't stay there. Like, this just isn't even that cool from a view thing. Like one of the things I was looking at, like making thumbnails requires me to use DAZ to make thumbnails, because the game itself doesn't look that cool. Like a thumbnail of this does badly. Or I could do if I was using UE, then you could just screenshot everything. Everything makes a great thumbnail because it's all so much prettier. There's the 22nd one this time. Huh. There it is. Can I grab it with the block? 22 of them, and that broke. Okay, now I'm a bit confused on how that's even the case. You have to use a different command to break it. I don't know what that is. Do a quick change on that. Someone else's plugin, so I can only do so much with it without having to break it open. And I don't want to break it open. I hate fixing other people's plugins. Q seems to do it like crazy. Parallel and overwrite. There's nothing different about this event than the other ones. I guess I can make it not parallel. So the only one that actually seems to do it is that one. Well, I guess if they're not parallel, that means that you can't input multiple versions of them over and over. Just that. Okay, well, the fact that this is inconsistently happening is obnoxious. I don't know how I'm going to figure that out necessarily. It'll take me some time on this one. I need a test in here. So call bubble array. I don't know if this command even works if it's not if it's on a load. I don't even know. I may have to test that too. Like a potential errors section. Potential errors. Does whole bubble array work after game is loaded? I guess I'm not actually going to let them load into these areas anyway. They have to load into the area in between, which does work. Partially for the same reason that the bubble system, RM has a really hard time handling the bubble system being loaded again on the same map. Like it's already pushing RM to its limit. Yeah. Yes, it is. Um. Hmm. Oh, someone started a thread. How weird. I don't ever chat in the threads though. Why would anyone start a thread? I don't even want to respond into it now. Anytime I have to look at an additional location, I'm just too lazy. I know it. I know who I am. Unapologetically and not doing that. Anyway, console. This is just, I don't want to do it this way at all. I don't want to do that. Thinking about it, it's going to be huge. It's going to be the full array for everything. I'll have to compare the sections to figure out what's gone from it. There's got to be a better way. I was rewriting the narrator thing. And this entire thing here is just a whole system of me of sunk cost fallacy. That really sums up my entire view of the whole reason why I still use RM. I put so much time into it and learning all this stuff, but just to discover the engine is so weak. It's not necessarily the engine's fault. It's kind of the engine's fault too, but it's JS's fault. That throttle problem is just obnoxious. This whole system doesn't even need to exist if I'm using UE. Because UE already has it and does it better than I do. My animation system doesn't need to exist because UE does it and does it better. My image plugin doesn't need to exist because UE does it and does it better. My text plugin doesn't need to exist because UE does it and does it better. All of these things that I've made that were so cool for RM. Even a mouse plugin doesn't need to exist because UE does it better naturally. Plus, I don't have to type out code, which has got to be visually better to look at than this too, because this has got to be confusing to anybody. Even a coder is going to come looking at this and go, "Wait a minute." I really like how it looks with that, but the fact that I have to sit there and fight over that sucks. And also, why haven't I rewritten this to be more like Border? Oh, yeah, the whole system setup. I would have to remake the system here that eats the map if I was going to make art like I had it planned. Would need this bubble system, I guess. But would it? I mean, I guess I could just increase the culling system like that. Just make it where it's harder. Like it just culls more and more of the map. The player can only see so far away. I don't know. I don't know indeed. Huh. Spawn back to this person there. Not like anybody's watching right now with the moon anyway, so you know, just saying. If someone comes back and later on goes, I can't believe this cartoon is like, saying these things like, I can't believe you don't really watch this like that. If they come back and really do watch episode 29 by now, I mean, hi, how's it going? Seriously, that's dedication. I haven't even watched all. I've seen some of them. Let's see. Yeah. I'll respond back to that. Because, I would rather stream during a time when people could watch. Okay, so that adds there. This seems like something that's going to be a really boring test. I probably should even do this one on stream because I'll have to sit there and keep checking to see if all 22 of them show up. And unless they, because of the way I have it set up, since they only spawn in if you get nearby, I'll have to sit there and continuously run around the map to test it. Oh my gosh, it reminds me of the test when I was making the bubble map thing here. This whole concept, I had to sit there and continuously run around and make certain it worked because after about 7 minutes, it would collapse. It would start having the same throttle issue that JS just suffers from. And there's nothing you can do about the throttle issue, so go ahead and don't worry about it. It's built into every single web browser. It's throttling you if it causes lag for any other page, which is why you hit so few resources available to you. Normally, you would have access to basically the full thing the computer's got, but you don't got that here. You've got, if you're lucky, 10% of what the computer can do. So I'm getting 30 FPS. Meanwhile, I'll have Unreal Engine running over there playing a full game. 2 web browsers open, OBS running, and the only thing that's suffering any form of lag is RM because they're always in a browser and the browsers are all rigged to do that. And when you package RM with the NWJS, it's a mini Chromium browser it puts it in, so it has that problem. If you post it, as a web only game, it's playing in a web browser. All the web browsers have it. So there's nothing you can do about it. What you can do though, your best bet, always clear your RAM. Do not preload anything. The preloading will cause it to happen. You're making the problem worse because you're using up the tiny amount of resources it lets you have. So you have to constantly exit, everything out of the RAM as fast as possible, which is great because RAM is so fast now. It doesn't really matter. RM is tiny. Your whole game loads into a fraction of their RAM. And so, I mean, the RAM's designed to move gigs of information at rapid speed. So moving the few hundred megs that is your RM game, not a problem. People are like, oh, but it turns into a bitmap. Yeah, okay, that PNG as a bitmap is now like, instead of being 1 meg, it's 30. Okay, that's still nothing to your RAM. The RAM moves gigs. That's just 30 megabytes. So kind of irrelevant. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to make this test happen. We need to see that array. I only want to see part of the array, and it's hundreds of things. No, it wouldn't be faster to look through it if I had to continuously do that. That seems terrible. But all of them did spawn. It's when I did the other thing with this that it didn't spawn. So I guess I'm going to check and see if it spawns this way here. Um, yeah, I guess I want to do that. And then I guess I'm doing this. There's no easy way to do this at this point. Those are map blocks. The map block's not what I'm looking at. I need to streamline this. The more coding I get, the more I just need to streamline everything. I could comment everything. That wouldn't be a bad choice either, though. A lot of the times my comments are in the fact that I use really descriptive variables and I have all these functions and they just, follow the chain. So it makes it kind of easy to figure out. I do put some comments on things and I put a comment at the top of a lot of the functions, not the bubble system, but I mean, I name my function important spawns and, tag something with that so it's easy to find it. It's not that bad of a decision, but I could comment more. I like that she walks out of that. I really need to put a thing behind her. I want to do cool visuals, but doing cool visuals requires me to, well, actually I can make those particles on stream. I can't do anything DAZ related on stream. I'm gonna listen back to this stream and see if I like it better without music or not. This is like the first one I've done without music. I do chat a lot more though. It's true, and that's probably good too, because honestly, uh, with music around, I tend to be a lot more silent and get caught up in the music. Without music, I'll just chat away. Kind of like when I do regular work. Regular work, I chat all the time, and I love to talk to people, but I don't get to talk to a lot of people because it's just people I do work with all the time, and that's about it. You know, I don't work with the general public all that much. So it doesn't really work out too hot for purposes of all that. I should be looking for this here. I don't need this important spawns information. I think, well, I guess it told me where they're at. They all spawn, though. I mean, that's what it's saying. They're all there. The piece numbers are all there too, so I should be able to find them all as I go along. 1, 3. Let's run around and grab a whole bunch of them first. Yeah, I think I need to increase the recharge. I'll make a note of that. Make a balancing section. Balancing. Make SP recharge faster. Because I have it at 100 and I thought I'd be whizzing around the map. But if you look at how painfully slow that comes back, but it's such a broken ability. It's so overpowered. Broken, like the magic term for broken, where it just completely ruins a format because it's just so overpowered. That's what's happening here. It's just so overpowered that it's. Of course, if you fly really far and then you end it in some place like that, it shoots you all the way back, which I definitely don't want the duration to be that long because I don't have an easy fix for that yet. I need to basically make a thing where one of the fixes I did with the bubble array was that when it first spawns, it sits there and it starts out with a very tiny circle around the player. So it spawns everything in because they used to have to spawn in the floor initially and then it would add things in, but the player would have to walk a little bit to get everything to appear, which worked great for not colliding with anything, but was still weird because you walk backwards and suddenly there'd be things there that weren't. But now I have a thing where it just starts the thing at 0 and puts everything in, and then from that point on is good to go. What's up here? So the new system is better, and it does exist, which means that I could probably do that. And also, okay, I thought I was able to walk through things, but I guess not. Those spawned inside there. That's an error. So let's see. Items spawn in map border. It didn't used to be a problem because I initially set a thing so that it limited just how far into the map border it could spawn, but clearly that is not, it didn't account for these new things being put in there, so I need to fix that. There's 20 of them. I guess I'll do a quick run around there and then we'll see which ones didn't spawn. How could culling it from the array cause it not to spawn though? Like, what am I missing on this? Unless, well, one spawned up there. Okay, that's fine. I don't need to go back to it yet. I guess the sweep for it doesn't necessarily spawn everything within very well. Like if there's too many events, the sweep only has so long to spawn in events. Is there a better way to do it? I can increase the range that it does the spawn in. But the big problem with that is the more you spawn in, the closer you get to the throttle. And once you hit the throttle, it's going to be bad times all around. True. Um, hmm. I guess I could make these like streams of a bunch of videos. Different thought here, but different bunch of videos just on the main channel instead of having them as separate streams. You go through and cut out all the wait times. Oh god, that sounds horrible. I should not have done that way. I end up running with the mouse keys more than I use the mouse because the mouse is not the mouse keys, but I'm running with the. Look at that, nice lag there, buddy. That was a pretty good spike. Yeah, I only see 21. Yeah, I didn't run the mouse keys more than I run with the other stuff there. So She's a lot of resources right there too, so it's possible I need to make her despawn and respawn. The problem with that is, what is the problem with that? Is there a problem with that? I mean, there's not really a spawn at location, is there, for the bubble array? There should be a spawn at location, though. Well, we found everything I can think I can find. We're only at 21. So once again, we're one short. Let me add that to my list of things that I might be doing here. Plugin improvements. Spawn at location for bubble array. I mean, actually, there's an ability to add to the bubble array. You can do that. It doesn't do the initial spawn that way, but you could just, in the event itself, add it to the bubble array, and then it would just be where it was at. So I could technically tell it to spawn and do that. Well, that seems like more effort. You know, like, well, I guess, was it Michael where you said it best, where, you know, is that the, where, you know, half an hour to work and everything like that, but, you know, you spend, the programmer method is to spend like a week making the program that does it for you. It's like way less efficient. Oh, I was looking at the information. I need that. All right, so we're looking for all the numbers that appeared, and I wish the boss thingy wasn't here. I should remove all that. In fact, I'm going to remove all that now, because if I don't remove it now, I will forget. All these console logs here. Wait, those are in there, right? Yeah. I hate using console logs inside the events, though, when you do this, because then you have to remember which event had them. So you really want to be careful not to leave them. I think it's randomly appears near the player. Almost certainly, because I was working on that. Then I started noticing all these like game-breaking errors. And as much as I'd like to make the boss better, you know, it's not very helpful if the actual game breaks. Okay. Well, it's feeding me some pretty weird numbers here. So these kinds of numbers, X log, Y log. So somewhere it's randoming those. It's using which commands here? Let me double check this. I can turn on the game music. I should do that. I don't know why I don't have the game music on. Collision behavior, boss relocating your player. Might be what I'm looking at. Just randomly around the player. Maybe that's the one. All right, what's this event? There's so many of them at this point. Sometimes it's hard to remember which one's which. 209. I also just feel blind half the time looking at these. Oh, never mind. That spawns a bunch of events around the player. That's fair. Okay, so it's not those. Well, there's an X look and Y look. But there's no spawn command in there. I thought I just removed these like a, you know, smart person. Here we are. This doesn't even use X look and Y look, so it can't be that. Name. This does, though. Ah, here we go. Don't be logging that. Don't be like that. Doesn't really help right here, but I'm not going to go to the trouble to remove it yet. So let's make a list here of ones that have spawned. So we've got ones right there. Two. There's three. Sometimes you get tedious things like this, but this system just really is. There's so many things in the array, it makes it really hard. I should really just go down the list and add each one, I guess, as I see it. That's probably smarter. There's 6, 18, 10. There's 4 right there. As many orders I get them. And then 16 is the next one. Yeah, like the actual array has like hundreds of events in it because the entire world's made up out of events. So it's just, I usually don't bother to look at the full array unless I desperately need to look at it because it's almost useless information because of how much there is in there. There's 19. I get the feeling like 22 is missing, right? No, it's not. It's right there. If all the numbers appear, it means that it's being erased by something and not put back. But it shouldn't be erased at all because I'm trying to remove it from the actual bubble array. There's 3, there's 2, there's 8. That's really what this test here is if I find everything has appeared, that means at one point or another, it really was all on the map. That is good to know. Now I have to deal with a lot of extra information. I really wish I didn't have to do that, but the system's got a lot going on behind it. Anyone watching this for any length of time will have seen just how much information I'm moving around in order to make all this work. RM was not built for this. It is very apparent. Very apparent indeed. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. They were all there, which means that it's no longer there. I guess I have access to all the coordinates of each thing if I want to try to find them. Let me check the array to see which ones I've gotten. That'll help too. F9. Because that I do mark that. At least I thought I marked that. Is it not RFGing from the remaining? Do I have a different system somewhere else? That's bizarre. I used to have that to this way I could keep back part. It allowed it to build thing here. Wait. Area 2 found. Tell me 286, I guess. Game variables, not value. 286? Is that it? That was the right one? Yeah. That looks like way more have been found than the number, though. That is not good. Oh, I see. It's because the names with Terra afterwards. All right, so I wish I could sort this array quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9 the culprit. It looks like 9 didn't spawn. 9 German. Like 9 not spawn. I'm like, no, okay, that's awkward. All right, so where's 9 at? Any one of these should do. 9 should have been at 7247. How big was the map again? I don't even remember. Each map is 150 by 150, so it's going to be about midway and then up. So about mid up. It should be about where it is. All right. Yeah, almost exactly in the center and then straight up. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's see if we can find it. Okay. Oh my God, what happened? What's going on? Okay, well, apparently it keeps spawning if that's open? I don't know. Something went wonky there. Let me get away from all that and see if it fixes things. I have no idea. I think time is still passing. It should have been in this general, I mean, farther down than this, but it should have been here. Right? Because this is the center, approximately. Yeah, I should have been up here somewhere. And yet, it's not. So it must be getting RFG'd by something. Removed from game. Okay, well, that's awkward. It has to be something else doing it. Yeah. I guess I might take these and make them like regular episodes. That's what looking over this thing, trying to pick a new stream time. If I make these regular episodes on my channel and don't leave them as streams, people might actually be more likely to watch them. Hmm. It's an idea. People get confused by the live thingy. It's fair. It has to be something. There's nothing that could possibly be just. There's no reason it would skip a random number in the middle of an array, especially because they were all spawned. So it's not my event thingy that's screwing it up. It's literally that something is removing it. The only thing I could think of is it's somehow removing itself from the array too slowly. So the other thing is actually getting a hold of it first and breaking it. It's already going really fast though. Is it not removing itself from the array? Oh no. I guess I need to look at Cull Bubble Array. It's awkward. Weird problems like this require you to basically go down the rabbit hole of figuring out every single point where it's being messed with. It's such a powerful plugin that's doing this, but because of it, it's also just it's a nightmare to deal with. At any given time, it's just going ham and adding and removing all things. It's also the event spawner too, because regular event spawners aren't good enough. They leave too much in the memory, which will quickly lag your game out. I tried it with both Galves and the VS one, and the Anflies one back when I was on MV. It doesn't matter. They all have a fundamental flaw, which causes them to be basically not very good, and that's that they don't recycle event numbers. By not doing that, it means that the array for events gets larger and larger and larger, and that won't matter for a normal person. But by the end of a level here, you'll be in the tens of thousands of events, and RM is so bad at handling its own stuff that having to check that event array will lag it out. You know, I spent a lot of time testing it. Trust me, it lags it out, and it lags it out really badly. So I had to make a new one that kept none of the information. And then I found out that the self variables are not kept as part of the objects themselves, because that would be like, smart. No, 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 no. They're kept somewhere else. So I then had to set up a system that cleared those two. At the time I didn't really have like the self variable set up for my own things. Like I started actually adding variables to those things, but I just haven't gone through and changed all the code to do that, because I could get rid of all the self variables entirely. And it'd be really smart to do so, because having to call upon an additional area every time I get rid of an event is just one more line of, or one more set of code that's going to have to be run thousands of times. And it just adds up. It's just going to keep adding up. You got to be real careful about that with RM. It does not, you don't have this overhead to work with that you would in anything else. So much of what I've made is just to make up for that. I mean, even my image plugin is designed to be as grossly efficient at removing itself from RAM. It cares more about removing itself from the RAM than it does actually adding the images. Like if it can't add something, it'll actually destroy itself intentionally. Just in case we don't want an error happening. It would rather destroy the image than do that, which occasionally leads to something being invisible. But the alternative is, that error continuing to occur and it eventually just lagging out your game. So rather than have that be a problem, it just goes, nope. Some of these particles might be too heavy too. I didn't make the particle system. And it's built into RM, so it's very laggy and by comparison. That's why I don't tend to use it as much as I once did. And originally, my whole game was built with just particle emitter, which is still a fantastic plugin. Everyone should use particle emitter, but it's definitely heavier than mine. I thought of adding particles into there, but we'll see. A lot of it will come down to if I wish to continue with RM after this game. There was originally a game these plugins were built for called And Remember Tomorrow, and it's a very different type of game, very fast, very half-minute hero, which is why this game started out very fast, because, well, it stole the plugins from that game. This game was just an idea, and I just realized that I liked Cursed Creepy Dolls, and it just seemed like a more fun idea. It's way more serious. It's all about running away from death, so it's definitely way more serious. More colorful than this, too. I miss the colorful. So I do like the creepy fun stuff here. That's definitely my jam. Well, this is interesting. Now we have only 18 of the events. Oh boy. But I guarantee you they all spawned. In fact, I'll double check that. I don't know why it spawns in full screen like that. I don't need it to be full screened. I just need it to be, a little screen here. The full screen will not fit inside of the window for this. So yeah, all 22 are here. There's no worries there. Important spawns works great. I really think this is a question of timing. I really wanted that to make it so that they stay spawned forever. So the player can find them and get back to them. But that doesn't. Oh yeah, by the way, there are 900 images. And this is why I didn't even want to look at it, because look at this. How worthless is this? Seriously. What am I going to do with that? Hunt down the exact thing that spawned? It's not like they're in any real order. And this is keeping track of where everything's supposed to be. Because it knows. That's what these undefines are. It's saying, hey, when I create it, this is what's going to be there. But otherwise, actually, is it doing that? I thought the undefines weren't a thing. That's interesting. Wait a minute. Maybe that's an error. Because why would the create ID be undefined? Well, I mean, it must be pretty normal. I set this up a long time ago, but I guess, let me look. No, it doesn't exist. Is that right? Or if I uncovered an error? Oh god, you don't want this thing to have errors. This plugin's a monster. He doesn't want errors. Oh, yeah, my narrator function. I'm gonna delete this. This doesn't need to be here. I was gonna build the narrator function to something different. I had 2 event spawners, and this one is the one I ended up going with. I did remake narrator, I think, or I was working on remaking narrator. I don't know. I don't care. I really don't. Yeah, this is the bubbler. There we go. I guess I initially want to look at the array just to be certain. I want to look at it during the test, though. Not the test, I mean the final spawned array. The blow bubble. Actually, I'll see right here. This is under blow bubble. Okay, now if this particular function breaks, if it no longer works, I will drop RM. That's how important this particular plugin is. I will just straight drop RM. RM cannot do what I'm doing here. It needs that plugin. It's just quite simple. RM can't do it. Not even close. And it's JavaScript's fault. There's nothing I can do about it if I'm not sitting there constantly memory managing. So if this breaks or it proves to have yet another problem, that it's bad. It's really bad. So walks out. Sure. Let me look at this fun array here. 919. I think it's just it doesn't define it until it does that. No, there's a bunch of undefined. Sure. How is that undefined? That doesn't seem right to me. Okay, well now I'm curious to see what this is, because this could be causing a memory hole. And that's the whole point is to avoid the memory hole problem. So let's go ahead and remove the map border, because that's the newest function. Not that map border, this map border. Oh. Sure. And load it up again. I thought I was going to be working on behaviors and stuff, but this appears to be an error fixing stream. I mean, I got to do it. You get an idea how to fix these errors. Most time it's just put console logs at every single location and then just see where it breaks. And that's usually fixes 90% of errors. But in this particular instance, that is not going to cut it. This is a very different world here. I hate when this plugin has problems. It just leads to bad news. All right. You see, that's actually 100 events that just comprise the wall. It's supposed to do this, I guess. But you would think that exists would show up at the same time. Why would create ID be undefined? Let me check and see what create ID really is. It's been a while since I've looked at this. How could create ID ever be not a thing? Is it the grid thing that I added? I guess I'll check that one too, huh? I did make some changes to the grid one. I could be breaking things in the process. Oh boy. In my effort to make it better, I might have made it worse. Maybe I'll have like UE Fridays or something. Jeez. Uh, could make a video on the action RPG thing. Of course, I don't even know how to use it, and I'm not sure I want to sit there and figure it out either. I realize the video would probably be pretty useful. Would it? Would it really? I don't know. It's been my experience that not many people have MZ. Like, it's a really low number. Wow. Is the floor that many events? Wow. That makes me question a lot in my life. Interesting indeed. Okay, so the floor thing is messed up. Let me check and see if the other one's messed up too. This was a change I recently made. It's true. I may have messed it up. Messed it up good. It is something that I do sometimes. The other option that I was using for a long time was to simply use a weather effect as the floor. Just a solid image that doesn't really ever move. That's all it took. But the problem with that is the bigger the map, like I was using Mog's weather thing, it just it does it for the whole map, so it doesn't take into account memory management at all, which is not really what I want to do. It made some neat effects too. I made a really cool sand effect that looked like the sand was just blowing across some dunes and everything. It was awesome. But again, yeah, if you look back at some of my old videos, you'll see some real differences. Oh, let me just look at this. I don't care about those things there. Okay, so the wall is not that many events at all. It's just that. Those are fine. It's the floor. The floor is broken. Wait a second. There's more undefined. How does it push an undefined event? That would explain why I was seeing holes in the wall. I was trying to figure that out. Oh boy. I thought I was being all cool when I made this. And yet here I am. Not so cool. Not so cool indeed. All right, well, I guess I'm delving into this. Not what I was thinking I was going to be doing. Blah, 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 blah. How can this fail? The water one almost never fails. The floor one fails like crazy. But why does it do so many? Right? Because I mean, I have it set to spawn. How do you have it set to spawn? 6. It's supposed to split by 6 distance. So let's get some math here on that. How many is that really supposed to spawn? 150 divided by 6. It's supposed to spawn 25, and that means in both directions, so times 25. It should spawn 625, and that is a lot, by the way. That is a lot. Wow. I didn't realize the floor was in itself 625 events. I never did the math. I was just like, I'll just space them out by 6. How big can it be? But it's failing to spawn them. How many do that? How many events is this? I split by 10. I mean, that's just 15 by 15, right? So that's way less. It's only 225 events. I mean, knocking 400 events off the total doesn't seem like a bad plan at all. But that doesn't fix the problem of why it's not defining those. I did save that, right? Okay. The number of times I've loaded up a test after, doing all these things, but forgetting to save the plugin, so the test was completely invalid. It's just happened so many times. Like, oh, I just want to change and just totally forget to save. Totally fine. It might be that there's actually the events were big enough to cover all these holes. So I was getting a lot of holes. Wait a minute. That's not the one I want to deal with. It's this one. Hmm. This is how we break our stuff. Because what's happening here is why this is such a critical error is that the bubble has to know what event is involved so it can spawn things there in the first place. If it doesn't have an idea of what it's supposed to find, it doesn't spawn anything, which just leads to holes. Like this. That's what that is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can see how many extra events got added by the floor right there. Very good, very good. Go to the bottom one just for reasons. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Actually, never mind. This is for the first area, the story area. There's a space scene in the background, and I just loaded it everywhere rather than try to figure out where I wanted it. So now it just perpetually loads everywhere, and anytime there's a hole in the background, you can see it. That was kind of the goal, is to always have windows through like the background so people could just see this crazy space scene behind it. But I haven't put many holes in the background yet for it, to be honest. Those all worked. These did not. These did not indeed. So I'm assuming that it's pulling from an array that's a space in the array that doesn't exist. Like one too many spaces on the array. That would make sense. If it's doing that, and it's clearly grid spawn that's doing it. So grid spawn hands what again? Adds this, and then it adds spawn array here. Well, this is an array, and then an array of the array. I'm going to copy this little bit of code real fast over to my handy dandy note thing over here. So I remember what I'm looking at. This one, and then the word temp if it exists. Just in case I only want to spawn things, but I don't want to add them to the bubble array. If they do have a map randomizer, it'll just randomize it all out for you, and just that's it. It's just what it does. So you don't really have to add it to the bubble array. The bubble system is purely for purposes of well, memory management. That's all it is. Like my keyboard's gross. I pulled it out of storage. To replace the broken one. Anyway, the memory management just has yeah, it's purely for this thing here. Like if I just wanted to randomize out a map though, that's a whole other set of functions. Of course, the memory manager also has a neat mechanic built into it too for art. I wish I could add into this, and I probably could. On array 1, grid spawned. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That doesn't seem right. So for this, so I should just do this. Because I didn't make an array. I can make it always an array, then I don't need this extra code to figure out. Just if I want a different width and height, but I'm never probably going to want that. It's if your map's not square. There is actually a map that I want that, so it is a notable thing. But then there's this. Hmm. I think that I'm not allowed to have these equals in there. That might be the problem. Wouldn't it be funny if a couple equal signs were spawning hundreds of extra events and breaking everything? Because I don't want the thing to go one past, which I think is what it's doing. It's going one past the maximum. And that's not what I want. Because then it's going to try to spawn a bunch of things that don't exist. An error. And that just makes the array it's checking even bigger and harder on RM to check. Well, RM's not actually checking anything. All my objects are autonomous. They're interlopers. They're not really part of RM. They just add themselves to the thing and just do their business and then leave. Which is exactly why they're so much more efficient than RM. Still getting some undefines in there. Oh, we're still getting a lot of undefines. It's not even like a handful. It's a bunch. Oh boy. So the floor system is borked. All right. That's obnoxious. Well, I guess we're console logging this and just going from that, huh? This length is equal to that. Increment h times k. All right, so let me check this here. This code might be weird because this is actually where it's checking the array here. So we want the create ID. And then also randomize this code. post this for me. I need to know if this is just where it's erroring and producing a number that doesn't exist. A lot of times when it comes to dealing with the random math, I have a really hard time visualizing how it's going to pan out without actually seeing it. I mean, it's not too bad if there's a few things, but when we're dealing with this and there's hundreds of events involved, I just am not going to see it unless it's actually in front of me. The actual end results. I like to refer to it as like my own version of the Matrix. All my maps are blank. Like if you look at my maps, they are quite literally blank, except for I think I put one event in the corner, and this is a concession to how community lighting is built, or I guess even my version of community lighting, but the original one as well. If you don't have this, there'll be a brief flicker where the lights aren't active. So I just put an event in the corner that just does this. Made collider nothing because, well, that's a queue movement issue. That's it. Those are my, the whole map is blank other than that. I just zoom right out. Boom. Got the one event all the way in the corner up there. So, yeah. 1-to-1. All right. Let's double check this. Make certain the floor is working. Actually, it won't work. I just need to know what it's yielding. Programming is just a giant game of telephone. I wish it would actually, it not spine there created like a pit. That'd be amazing. Then I would be totally fine with this problem. Undefined, undefined. Undefined 14. How does that work? How can you have an undefined return on that? And then here, it comes up as 14, but now this is undefined. What in the world? How does that even work? This is literally equaling this. I guess technically it's running the code again. Okay, that's why it does that. Sure, sure. But it does yield an undefined. Which I mean, I think this needs to have a -1 on it. This is the concession to starting at 0. So what's probably happening is that I'm literally randoming one too many spaces in there because it's the full length of the array. So it's actually trying to random between 0 and 2 because the length of the array is 2. But there's only position 0 and 1 in the array, so you can't do that. So I believe that's where the culprit is. You definitely see where it's broken there in that thing. I should have gotten rid of the other one to get rid of all those. Ooh. There's going to be a few probably from the border. But I think that's the culprit. I don't see any from the map border. It's interesting, unless they were done at the very start. Yeah, they were right at the start. Okay, that explains a few holes in that. Okay. That seems good. Let's look around the floor and see if it looks good. If that's the case, like that also fixes a graphical glitch in the floor if you notice too. So that's good times right there. That changes everything. That's like a gross optimization to this game. Just think about it. I just got rid of 400 events that make up a level. It's actually a lot less making up the level than I think. I really streamlined a lot of it. Initially, I was using much smaller tiles, but these floorboards are huge. Simply to make up for the fact that I don't want to spawn quite as many events because it's just more. Having some larger images is not that important. It doesn't really matter. Having RM constantly shift a whole bunch of code every few seconds or more than that actually, that will lag. That'll cause way more problems. That probably fixed a lot of issues. Look at the how much more solid the speed is, even with the map border up. Ooh. Well, the whole point of today was to fix things on the stream, I guess. I mean, it didn't start out the point of the thing, but it is what it is. I guess last stream I actually added the ability for my plugin to do the numbers like that. I actually have them wave intentionally. I didn't have to do that, but, you know, it's just a function that my message plugin already had. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna check and see if all these actually work, and then I'm gonna test the other. I'm gonna fix the map border because the map border shares a very similar code. This double image code needs to be dealt with. That's weird. It makes people think they've gotten two of the items and it's just one. But yeah, the map border uses the same code, kind of, except for that it only gets the each side of the map, whereas the other one just sits there and, you know, goes down and just runs the code for the next line, and then the next line, like a typewriter, fills in all the things and goes, okay, I'm good. That'd be awesome to fix the other problem. I mean, it might have. Who knows what that was doing? I mean, mostly it was probably just eating up a lot of processing. Yeah, look at how solid that FPS is. I thought it was the map border causing the problems. Nope, it was a messed up floor. It looks so pretty now. It doesn't have the weird mismatched anythings. I was wondering why that was happening. I was like, but they're literally the same size. They're perfect. I built the image to be exactly necessary so it could tile, and yet here it's not tiling. I don't understand. You know, maybe 400 extra of them just randomly placed. I guess probably wasn't helping. Maybe it was. I don't know. Probably not that. There's still a bit of a dump on the FPS there. That's a little concerning. And I'm still having a hard time finding all the tarot cards. I didn't think it'd fix the problem. I was hoping. There are a lot of weird problems that happens when you start playing with the memory as much as I do. But I guess I'm recycling them. I'm not really playing with it. I'm not like individually adjusting the memory or anything. But because I'm doing things really fast and demanding a lot of it, there are times where they can trample on each other if I'm not careful. It does lead to some weird errors. Like occasionally I'll fire a tarot card even though it's not supposed to do that. It's just the memory not clearing fast enough. But the problem is you know, you could do the whole promise system for JavaScript, but the issue is other people's plugins. I'm calling upon their plugins, so the promise system would have to be written into their plugins too, and that's just not going to happen. Okay, like at this point, the amount of effort necessary to write it into everyone else's plugins, especially the VS ones, which wouldn't even really be that impossible, probably. Like I don't know, I really don't know. Yeah, there's actually 5 of them missing now, the tarot cards, so there is something deleting them. I think it's how the goal is to find 22 of them. That's kind of a critical error that needs to be addressed. Yeah, I don't see them. Could have been flying around to be faster about it, but which reminds me, I'm about to do a change here. I want to make this so that this respawns really fast. Like I wanted to regenerate the SP just grossly quick, so I don't have to do this the slow way anymore. Because I'm just tired of the slow way. I just am. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm just not. I think Horizon Effects actually handles everything. Oh yeah, it's just this magic ticker. All right, magic ticker. 1. Perfect, 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 perfect. I'm gonna make a note. Magic ticker is normally 30. So when I come back later, I can actually find this problem and go, oh yeah, instead of having to rebalance later, going, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. I do that a lot. Make a balance change because it's annoying for me to have to deal with, and then come back and discover that I've broken it. All right, so the change I made was this S link here, length here. So S length, this just needs to say -1. And I'll know it's fixed by the fact that there will be no undefined create IDs. I think that's all I really need in there. Probably. Then after this, I'll probably take a bio break. I'm probably going to stream much longer tonight, even though nobody's really watching. Purely because I want to work on it. I might start turning them into regular videos though and just put them there. I mean, they could be videos on my stream. It would make sense. Because people don't look in the live area. And it being a stream in itself is probably not that great. Also, it just looks weird because it'll say my last videos are from like 2 years ago. So maybe I just do that and just make it's like a series. One man slowly going insane using RM. What am I doing? I don't need that information. That's all correct. Yep. Oh yeah, look at that. That also begs the question of, can I reduce the number of floor events? I get the feeling the floor events are huge because they're the image is 960 by 960. They're big. So what if I make it every 15? Maybe. I think I will turn these into random videos. Just port them over there so they are a little more easy to see. Not a bad idea. I'll make a quick custom document here. It doesn't matter the size. I don't care. And it'll go right off the screen because that's what it does here. Very wide. I hate that it defaults to so wide. It's very annoying. Mostly, I'll think about it. Shall return in mere moments, pretty much. All right, I return. Yeah, maybe they should be like, an episode thing or something. Just an easier way for people to keep track of them. I don't really want to sit there and edit them. That'd take a long time. These are hours and hours and hours. And it might be weird that I'm just talking to random people during it, but they might just, I mean, I guess if they understand it's a stream, because I do mention it plenty of times, so that is notable. I'm testing 15 to see if I don't need as many floor events, just as more optimization, and I made another change, didn't I? Could have sworn I made another change. I need to make this title screen much cooler because Art has a way better title screen than this. And I could make this like, look really cool. This was just kind of jank I threw together. It's okay looking. It's not like the worst thing I've ever seen, but I hate it. No, I just hate it. It's not nice at all. The logo blows. Everything blows about it. I don't know how I can easily animate her like opening up a box. She gets dropped into a box by the owner of the house during the day when she's just a doll, and then wakes up in the box and wants to get back to her window. And she's cursed to do this. At least that was the initial deep lore. Deep lore. Oh, Matt Pat, I'm ready for you. No, it's just not the new lore for the place, I think, because the new lore is actually going to have people being turned into dolls and everything, because they were all cursed objects and everything like that, but never really going into why they were cursed objects, like why they all existed. I'm looking for the walls here to see if there's holes in them. That's what I'm doing. But then this one's got kind of a hole in it. Is there an event there? I mean, the events spawn close to each other. That's probably fine. But, I could do a falling sequence. There's no floor here, but it's also because I spaced it, so I might need to change the spacing. So we're looking for holes in on the floor. The floors needs to be different numbers. The walls, though, actually, this is like there's a hole in it right here, right? I think they're too spaced, like way too far apart from the look of it. There's no holes in the number, right? It's way less things if I don't have as many floor items. Yeah, I need to make a falling thing for us. I need animation for her falling. And I need a thing to have set so my animation thing currently checks for directions, but I don't want to make falling for every direction because it's just a lot of extra images and it takes forever to render that. I don't want to do it. So I need to rewrite that so that it actually has the ability to do an animation that's just one guaranteed direction. Well, I guess if the event never turns, it doesn't matter. Like if the event just defaults to facing a direction and then animates itself, then the animation will only ever play for that direction. So I can probably see that. That's fine. But then she falls into the box, and I could do an animation of her falling into the box, but I have to make the box open and have it fall into it that way. What do a top-down animation for that? I don't even know. It'd be kind of weird. Probably wouldn't look very good because rendering huge scenes not only would add a bunch of size to the game, but would also just take forever because DAS rendering takes a long time. I think these are just spaced too far apart. We do some changes here. We're tweaking with numbers here for optimization today. Let's make map border like 5, I guess. Oh, wait. That's map border 2. I think this needs to be closer to like maybe 8. Depends on the size of the events, but the events for this are pretty big. But vertically, they're not, they don't take up as much space. They're designed to be more of an oval. Because vertical height doesn't really seem that useful in this type of view thing because you really only, it's a top-down view. So being vertically, harder to get around doesn't really tend to make it particularly more enticing or even feel very 3D. Need that, and then the floor needs to be changed to, I want to just tick down a number. Like I really want to cut down the number of events involved in this if I can. It being like 500 events was dumb. Or was it 400? I don't know. It was a big number for just a floor. And to be fair, only the same number of them are spawned in at every given time. So it doesn't really matter how big it is. Kind of. It is still checking its own array, but because it's my, object and not any portion of RM, it's actually just efficient. So it can do that. Whereas if RM was forced to do that, it would choke. Having tested it, RM chokes. Gosh, RM chokes if it's like event array gets like 7,000 or something. That's probably less than that actually. Cause the original one wasn't that big. Huh? I think about it. I do remember the event array. When I was building it with mostly like tiles and everything like that, the event array could not handle that, and I had way tinier maps. 4 numbers wrong. Like way tinier maps. You can still go between these, can't you? Yeah, I don't like that. There, I was like, oh, 50 by 50, so cool, randomly generated, so neat, yeah. No. 150 by 150, yeah, baller status there. I like the map to be under 400. We can already tell that 10 works. I mean, it makes sense that 10 would work. I think that's actually about the right size. Actually, is that the right size? Because that, wait, that's only 480. Does that mean these things should be 20? Wait a minute. They should be huge. Huh. Huh. I'd really love to be able to make the painting ripple when the player goes into it. I have not found a way to do that. I can put a ripple over the screen. Rippling the image itself does not. I do not know how to do this. It might be possible to do some sort of a filter. I'm using someone else's filter thing there. But the problem is because I'm using some other plugin to display the events, that particular filter thing can't do anything with the images because it's built to use RM's images, and RM's images can't be anywhere but in the picture layer. So you have to change that, and then ugh. This is a problem with RM and why I've grown to hate plugins, because you don't encounter this problem in UE. I mean, I guess you kind of can, but everything's built off UE systems, which does everything. What am I looking at? Doing all this? Oh, never mind. I don't need this. I need to check the floor. So he's just wandering around. But yeah, like everything's built off UE's inbuilt stuff, so you don't have issues of plugins trying to make their own things, which is a real problem. I don't know why I'm not just using this like crazy. Yeah, the floor's too big. And then not big enough. And then these aren't quite spaced that well. It's sort of spaced okay. Mm. So it's kind of a treat when I was using that. But again, like I said, it seems like the interest I have in my project is literally that, because I went over and tried getting into the old world of UE, and let me tell you, if you ever wanted to be the big fish in a small pond, you can get there pretty easily in RM. But if you want to be even a noticeable fish in the ocean that is UE, oh gosh, you're gonna have to do something pretty impressive. I've seen what you can just start out with, and that it looks amazing. But there is also something to be said for sometimes it ends up looking generic. Like they had the mega scans, and they're these beautiful, 4K resolution textures that are super realistic and awesome. Cool, great. But here's the problem. Everyone uses them, so their games all look the same. And you go, oh, that's kind of, I don't know, weird that's like they're, AAA quality as far as just their basic stuff. They don't have AAA content, but AAA quality. And yet they just look generic and boring. Well, the problem is that not all the events are the same size. Yeah, okay, I'm not going to worry about that. Like, you can kind of walk between them, but it still looks like a border, and that's what matters to me most. But the floor is still the wrong size. I might just have to go with 10. It's just, it has to be evenly divisible, because otherwise what will happen is, if it's not evenly divisible, it's going to reach a point where it can't drop one. So the image has to be big enough. And I think that's what's going to have to happen, right? But 15 was too much. Like, the images aren't big enough for 15. Wait, they should be the size of 20 though, right? Because they're 960, I think. Let me double check that they're really 960. I could be wrong. Attic Floor Remake. Resize canvas. Yeah, 960. So, I mean, yeah, 20 should be the number that I could do, but If I divide a 20, you know what? I'm gonna test this just to see what happens. I'm willing to test it. Right now, I'm just going ham for optimization here. I still have to solve the tarot problem of them being erased, which is going to be have me going into levels and tracking when it's happening. And I mean, there's multiple tarot problems. There's the double image things there, but that's also an item problem. I think what's happening is I'm employing lockdown and lockdown re-adds it. So at the start of the map, lockdown is a thing. That's the old version of Poppet in the picture. I like the new Poppet better because the new Poppet looks like she stepped out of like Nightmare at Christmas or Nightmare Before Christmas. I don't know. Basically the Tim Burton thing. She looks like what Sally Ann I think was her name because she's also a patchwork doll and she's attractive or at least attractive for a patchwork doll. She has all the feminine figures and everything like that, like all that. So um, she has enough of that nostalgia that I switched out. Whereas the other one was just kind of creepy. Which to be fair, she was a creepy doll. That was the whole point there. I just need to check for the floor size, don't I? And the problems are going to be at the edges where it simply won't spawn one. Yeah. Huh. And then this is the big problem with the ghost form there being so long. You will see that it, in fact, will start spawning when the player gets close enough to it. That's cool and all. Then you run back this way, and oh look, now this stuff is here. Player has to be a certain distance for it to work. The bubble system is, very good at what it does, but I'm not sure that's a problem I need to fix though, because I'm not sure I'm going to use that. I will need to fix it for art. Also, these aren't even next to each other. I guess I just leave it at 10 and call it square. I was hoping to have the number of events, but unless I write the code to spawn one additional one, if it gets to a limited, it could be that remainder thing that people were talking about. Do I do that? Do I use that weird remainder code everyone was talking about? Wouldn't that be funny? I don't know. Because I'm not sure I actually want it to do that. I mean, maybe I do. Because if I'm trying to grid it like this, it means I'm trying to fill the entire map. But the problem with doing it like that is that it'll mismatch the graphics. Because it'll be trying to spawn at 20. Everything else will be spawned at 20, but then it won't be that. I could also shrink the size of this image too to match the smaller size of the thing. Lower the resource requirements. I might try that just to see how it looks. Let's play this little game here. Let's be like that. Scale it to a new size. 480. I mean, the boards did seem a little big anyway, to be fair. Originally, they were huge. It's just like, wait a second. This safe is like the size of 1.5 boards. How big are these boards? It's a big safe. This is the kind of safe that a bank would have, and maybe like an old time bank. You gotta remember, this is all like Victorian England slash not Victorian slash Edwardian era. So we're talking like late 1800s, early 1900s when we're setting all the games in my entire worlds are all going to be set. You get the whole steampunky thing like that. I mean, that's a thing that happened right there. Also, multiple adult things here. Does this one look better? It looks about the same size, doesn't it? I did use. Wait. Wait a minute. 1 second here. Where's this error? Okay. First of all, that needs to be fixed. Control S there. So I messed up the thing here. And then what are we doing on this here? Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, I was checking that there, but I need to see which event's actually being used. Attic Floor, I believe, is the name of the file. These are Attic Floor. Attic Floor Remake. Is that the one I resized? Maybe not. I just failed across the board on that one, didn't I? Didn't finish the save. Didn't save the file. It's 4:03 a.m., so, I guess anyone can at least maybe partially understand why am I making little errors like that. I did catch a nap before the stream. That's true. I was going to stream earlier, but I was exhausted. There was no way I was going to pull it off. I was starting the stream where I'm already half falling asleep seemed like a bad decision. So I got like 2 hours sleep, and then, now I'm good to go. I only sleep like 2 to 4 hours in a shot anyway. Well, the floor is tinier. That probably does look a little better, doesn't it? Because, the boards are like more normal sized, I guess. Question mark? Does it look better? I don't know if that's true. I guess maybe. I mean, realistically, the board should not have been that big. That should also further optimize it. I mean, to be completely fair, for those people keeping track, it's using 677.9. And if you look, try to look. Can you look? I guess we can't see through the process, huh? Even for Steam. Well, fine. Don't show me the processes. See if I care. And WGS, there we go. This is actually what Poppy Quest is using right here. The actual, like, it's only using like sub 500 megabytes for the whole game. I guess a little over there. It's not using much. This is like tiny game. The actual game balloons up in size though, because the actual game is not that big. The actual game. There's actually files I can remove from here too, so I can shrink this too, but I mean, it's only 242 megs, so it doubles in size. And you have weird things in here that don't even load, like actually this is something that's actually hurting its loading time here. I have this loading on the event map, so this loads every single time, this giant image here. So technically that'll reduce the size. This I don't even use. Like 7 megs. So you can see the game balloons. There's a bunch of stuff I don't use, but I'm not going to optimize that right now because I don't care. The image for the event map is there for me to keep track of it because there's just too many. I haven't even tested that problem yet. I need to do a bunch of combat to test that problem. That'd be so great if it was just don't set it as a parallel. Like if the plugin how it sets parallel events just messes it up. There's a hole in the ground there. No sir, I don't like it. Yeah, there's like a bunch of holes in the ground. Am I okay with that? The thing is, if the image is slightly larger, it'll deal with that hole in the ground issue thing. But when placing them with the events, things can be off by a couple pixels or something because just how it places events on a grid can cause some issues. I do kind of like them being smaller. The fact that it's just the same handful of recycled boards does kind of suck, though. Or I just make them bigger and it just works. Are we just Todd Howarding this? It just works? Is that the plan? Well, we don't really have an easy way to fix it otherwise. You are still placing events and then the events are showing an image. They're always going to be slightly off because you are working with a grid and you're working with events that are, actually images that are not 48 by 48. I guess in the greatest possible world, this is an idea that I didn't think about. But if I don't need an event there, if I just need the image there, I could actually build it into my world creator that it just displays an image that I tell it if it's within a certain location. It's not built to do that. It's built to check for event IDs, so it would be an extra change big time. But imagine that. It'd be able to precision place images where I wanted it. Would there be much point? And it would also be able to remove them. But well, and then at that point it would be comparing the distance to the image versus where the player is at, and then removing those. It's just a similar system. That might be something I do in the future. It'd be an overwhelming optimization though if you didn't need to touch the event system at all. Oh yeah, look, this just breaks in the bottom. I'm just gonna go back to the other side. Screw it. This is a change that feels like it's a great optimization, I guess, but it just feels unnecessary. I'd rather it just work. I'd rather it just Todd Howard. RM is fine. It's not that crappy. It can handle this so far. I did cut out 400 events, or well, maybe not 400 in the end. I think it was started out with 900 and something when I initially checked. And now it's not 900. At one point it was only 600. I think the first one was huge though, because it was failing over and over to spawn what it was supposed to. I gotta fix that double image thing. It's so annoying to me. It fixes it too when you do this, right? Because it redraws them and it only has one. So clearly that's, how it works there. It's fine. Yeah, 466. That's far better than it was, and everything is spawning. So we're 100% certain that's the case. Yeah, event 14 is so many things here. It's crazy. Makes sense, really. The grid command is a dangerous command. The other thing I want to make certain 100% is that the floor is not messed up, and I'm just going to leave it. I don't care enough to mess with it. Also, while you're in that, it sits there and depletes this. Right? Let me do this really fast. Go into this and then go into this form. No, it was still at some left. Okay. I thought it was using up the spirit power while you were in the menu. I was like, ugh. That shouldn't be the case. I'm pretty certain I have a status menu is on for just about everything at this point. When I went through and built the status menu, I made a point of testing for all those errors. I don't see any holes in the ground. This was an obnoxious problem I had for a while. I think the bigger boards probably do seem better. I think they probably are scaled a slight bit better. You can make an argument for either. I also want it to appear like Poppet is really tiny. To be honest, I actually thought Poppet should be tinier than this. In the UE version, she's a lot smaller. She would actually be able to run under the chairs in the UE version. And that's actually kind of cool. That's more what I was aiming for. But the issue is having to scale up everything means that you can't fit a whole lot of the map. You could shrink her down even more. Then I got to redo the hit detection for the fact that she's, even tinier. She actually was much larger and has since been shrunk down a lot. So she used to be real big because I didn't really scale her correctly the first time. But she's actually supposed to be about the size of a Barbie doll. So if that's really the case, a Barbie doll could probably run under like this thing over here, this mannequin. Because a Barbie doll is about 12 inches. No, I think it's actually larger than that. Barbie doll's Puppet's smaller than a Barbie doll. I think Barbie doll's like 15 inches, like about half of a meter, I think is the conversion for anyone not in the US. Yeah, like maybe Barbie doll's slightly smaller than half of a meter. Yeah. Puppet's supposed to be pretty tiny. Look, I think they're once again we're like one short. Is it 9 again that didn't spawn? That'd be so weird if it was 9 that didn't spawn. Because 9's not the, 9's in the middle of the array. Why would 9 not spawn, but every other one would spawn? That's weird. Guess I'll double check, because I gotta know these things. I'm just ignoring the boss. What's it gonna do? It does actually do a lot of damage. I need to make them even more aggressive. Or make it so the player can't run away. No, I see another one of them, I think, or is that a house? I don't even know. This is one thing. Yeah, we have exactly 21 again. Well, if it's missing a random one from the array, that's probably more sensible than if it's missing the same one every time. Unless that one event's broken somehow. That's possible, I guess. So the events are very copy pasted, so I don't understand why one event would be broken at that point if that's the case. But I don't see any more of the cards, so I think we can safely assume that it's just missing one again. Let's look for. Oh, there's the my animation plugin destroying the animation if something goes wrong. If you don't do stuff like this, RM just crashes. It can't handle it. You might think, oh, but I used the VS plugin. No, it can't handle it. It'll crash. So the VS plugin kind of helps. If it's something that's built right into RM, it helps. But otherwise, Those people keeping track, I'm actually currently using the VS plugin too, because I want to use their save stuff. So I'm actually making use of, uh, yeah, Core Engine because I have no choice, though I would not run that if I had the option. Save Core and then Options Core, though. I don't necessarily options. I mean, once you already have Save Core, and Save Core looks cool. I like Save Core. Kudos to them. Save Core is very useful. I had to do a lot of editing to make it useful, but it comes out with some neat looking saves. So cool for them. Thanks for making that wonderful plugin. Of course, the big problem is 90% of their plugins aren't compatible with like anything that. So I get to fight with stuff, and I'm not about that because you can't edit their plugins, so it makes it hard. But it does make for neat saves though, as evidenced by wherever she's at. Come to me, save Lady Hirsch. Yeah, it makes these wonderful things, and that's so much cooler than a generic save. It's awesome. I love it. Keep track of that. I can add additional stats here with no problem, which I'm going to do. I can make a different title for what it is and put a picture in the background, even though the Tiger Kitties actually ironically aren't even in. Still, well, they will be eventually. They are one of my favorite enemies. It's just they kind of got cut temporarily. Yeah. So let's figure out what's wrong with the tarot cards, because something's real wrong with these. Let's get rid of some console commands, I think. Am I getting rid of the console commands? Am I going to need them? Well, I know the events are spawning. I might need more console commands. Oof. How am I going to let this know if it's doing its thing or not? Oh, no. Like I say, you see how many events are involved with this? So it turns into a real problem if there's something wrong with how this is working. Real problem. I don't need this to test that. No. I need to report whenever it does a self switch D, I think. Right. Also, I guess I'm going to do this here. Just for continuity's sake. And to avoid confusing myself on everything here. I don't know why I'm copy pasting that. Doesn't really matter. I'm just going to make these the right numbers. I could technically put these into the NPC stuff. It wouldn't be a bad decision. It would mean that they are governed by the exact same system, so I wouldn't have to have this other side system. That's true. I don't really want to do that right now, though. But if I do that, then I won't have to deal with this problem that I'm currently having either. guess I'm looking for puzzle too. But then you report its event ID too. That's true. So I'm trying to see the behavior of when it RFGs itself, like when it just goes, nope, not important, and goes away. I don't care about puzzle one. Puzzle one just runs the whole time. It's this one here that's removing it. Because the only thing that makes sense is that for that brief window, it's still part of the array. So the player moved, but then moved away and it was quickly destroyed. I could increase the distance that the bubble is working at because it has a creation distance and then an erase distance. And the erase distance is farther away by a good chunk, making it harder for the player to just, constantly add and remove things. It gives a brief window. How far is it set? Where are we blowing the bubble at? When I made it, I actually made a whole bunch of joke. I named all the functions after bubblegum stuff, including popping a bubble to get rid of it and blowing a bubble to add it. I forgot what the actual main one was, but I was really big on the bubble idea. Thought it was so cool. And to be fair, the bubble idea is exactly what's used in things like RM and stuff. So it's not like, no, it's RM, UE. So the culling system, only theirs is just infinitely more complex than mine will ever be. Yeah. I think I'm doing this command in RM. That would make sense. There's an order that things have to be done because if they're not done in that order, they'll destroy each other. So I could set the wipe one higher. I kind of like minimum max 45. I'm not using the game direction thingies. Actually, does game variables 240 have anything in it? Because that could pose a problem. Let me borrow this for a second. Actually, none of those. Let's add a new one. I want to catch this problem in advance of it being a problem here. Oh, it's still listed as direction, so I'm not using it for anything. Okay. I'm keeping that in because it's possible I may want to borrow Art's concept of a map that eats itself. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how the overall ghost of the basement could pose a real threat to the player. Because the attic is haunted by a ghost by the name of Charlotte Knight, who's quaintly referred to as the first victim, and thus, real angry ghost. Not a good thing. No. So, oh, I was gonna narrator object. I was trying to make this even better. That was what I was doing. That explains all the weird code that I would have it set up. I'm always messing with these plugins. Uh, so minfar and intrue, huh? What a weird name. Oh, okay, because I replaced min close with 0 because it resets itself. That's what I did right here, right? Yeah, for the first 4 it does that, and then it becomes min true. And it runs min close temporarily, so min true is the real one there, but the min close is I just the same. Yeah, so min is that. So 33 there, max there, and then the wipe is 39. The max is how far it spawns, right? I haven't looked at this in so long. Oh my gosh. Min close, min far. And it's facing the right direction. Yeah, okay, so it spawns it. Sure, sure. So, and then the erases that. So what I'm looking to change here is actually in here. Maybe I reduce this max so that there's a greater distance between them. That could be a thing. You got to be careful that you don't spawn, fail to spawn things like you don't off screen. You don't want the player to see things being spawned, which is a very real problem because the whole point of this is to upkeep the illusion that the world is really there, when in reality, as you can see on the mini map, the world is not really there. Only a portion of the world is really there at any given time. I need to figure out how to program the mini map so that it's only shows a location around the player, and everything on the mini map is displayed based around the player's location. But I'm so wrong on my math for how it's done. Like I need to get someone to tell me what the math is for that because I just don't seem to have it in me. Like it's easy to figure out the math for what I'm doing here. This looks like it's more than enough distance. I don't think I actually need 45. Oh, well, the boxes are governed by a different spawning system. That's the encounter system, which is built into RM at the moment, and it's not very good. That was actually the narrator thing I was trying to rewrite because, once again, anything you put into RM runs a considerable considerable amount of extra lines of code. So you don't want that. You really don't want that. Let me double check that hasn't just erased anything. Because they have to go through like game interpreter. Game interpreter shovels it around everywhere else, and it might not seem like a lot of code. It might not. Maybe you don't think it is. But it runs these things every frame. Okay, well, you put some weights on there so it doesn't run it as often. Sure, sure. Even the weights take some time, but you let the limiters do those things like that, so you don't run it all the time. You can't use actual weight commands. Well, I guess you can sometimes. Depends on what it is, but you gotta be real careful with those because they cause a lot of problems. So you do that, and every single one of those commands, every line, every time the event runs, which is they're perpetually running because they're counting, is the game interpreter running all of its lines of codes too for each line. So it's going to be like 5, 6, 7, 10 times the code because RM is designed to run it really awkwardly. Whereas if I run it into here in my own things there, it runs just the line of code, which is why I do it. But yeah, it just isn't not the best. Puzzle 2, puzzle 2, puzzle 4. I picked up a puzzle piece, right? Puzzle 3 is the deleter, right? I don't remember. That's the off. Puzzle 2 is the destroyer. Okay. So puzzle 2 ran 32 times, 22 times. Never mind, that's the event ID. Okay, that's fine. So I should have 2. I have collected 0. Well, there's your problem right there. Puzzle 2 should never have ran. It actually ran 3 times. It doesn't add a met. So I'll pause. I'll get a little more evidence of the crime here. Should have ran once. That's a lot of information. Except for it ran all these times. It's not removing itself from the array, is it? Because this is 23. But when 23 spawned, it should have been part of the array. Right? Right? Oh no. Okay, well, Yeah. Here's the problem with finding something in here. The only time it has an EID is when it actually exists. Otherwise, it's just zero because it doesn't exist currently. So you got to go through and find it. Looks like that was 23 right there, actually. The 222 is 23, right? Yeah. Huh. But it should have removed itself from the array. It just didn't. This might be a timing issue, which I'm not sure I can resolve necessarily. I want them to stay on the minimap so they can be found. But this is happening in such a tiny window of time. And the bubble doesn't care at all what page the event is on. It doesn't care one bit. It'll destroy that event so fast if given the chance. And it's running like crazy. It has like a 30 frame wait built into it right now. Well, the command I told it was 30 frames. So, whew, what to think about this plan here? I guess I just live without. That sounds like a change that might be for later, but as it is now, it sounds like I'm going to have to go down one heck of a rabbit hole to solve this issue. And I don't know if it's worth going down that rabbit hole. I mean, it's an improvement because it is kind of annoying to have to find them, but it's not that much of an improvement. The other option would be to simply make them a spawnable item off of enemies that are killed or something destroyed to spawn them like that. That could be a thing. Or the encounter system could just spawn them in and they could, because they're not part of the bubble array, they won't care and they'll just stay forever. That's an idea. It just spawns them in and then RFGs itself from the array. Is that what I want to do? I don't know. The issue with that, oh, well, there's this double image issue. The issue with that one is that the encounter array isn't really designed to worry about if something is on top of something or not. What it'll do is if it can't spawn something, it just won't. So an important item can't be there. I think when something spawns in, it's actually running its stuff quite a bit here, right? Like when they were initially spawned in, it looks like Puzzle 4 runs immediately on the ones that spawned in, right? Huh. Is the double image thing even happening on anything else? I don't see it. It's like the ones nearby. Leading me to believe that maybe, just maybe, even charging at this speed isn't particularly great. I mean, this is like, 30x faster. It still feels a little slow, but I guess it's going to check in all the time. Look at how overpowered it is. I don't think I really necessarily want this ability to be available all the time. Unless the player wasn't invincible during it. Then it would be fine. But they could still hide inside of stuff. And the projectiles don't go into things. So, I mean, I guess giving the player the ability to hide is an option. It'd be a lot cooler in like the UE concept where you're hiding from things because you're tiny and they're big. But, I think the double image thing is because it's just literally doing the lockdown initially. And then it doesn't remove that image. I could initially remove the image on all of them and then add it. It's an idea. Because if I initially remove the image, that means that it'll fix that problem. It'll be an awkward error every time I run everything, but I mean, it'll just be something that does nothing. It does have more code the rest of the time, though. I could have an event page whose sole purpose is to fix the error. I think it's underneath something. When they're part of the array, well, they don't show up on the map, so I have to find them the hard way. Huh. I need to make his hop so he lands on people and does damage from the boss thing there. That was kind of one of the plans. Be looking for the images, or I see it's really hard to find the tarot cards. All this crap on top of them in the map. That was kind of very Where's Waldo effect. But I don't know if I want that. I got to be careful not to make it too easy though, because I want it to take a while to find things. I want the player to have to work their way through it. It is supposed to be searching a pile of junk. It is kind of, in fact, the thing that I can also make a noise if the player is close to it. A beeping noise. God, would that be tedious or what? I also don't have the music on. The music does make the game better by far too. Sound matters so much. I could have a proximity beep on these. It's not a bad idea. I already have something that does spatial sound. Oh yeah, don't even get me started on RM's sound system. Holy crap, it's terrible. Oh my gosh, it's not designed to layer sounds at all. It'll have issues if you try to do more than just a few. It's crazy. It does not like sounds. I'm missing like two of them this time. Well, in this case, though, it's fine that it deletes them because it's not removing it from the array anymore, right? Got rid of that. Now let's start one of these here. And then I guess if the player's within 1,000 of it. I don't care if blocking's on for this. Yeah, there's this plugin called Mush Audio System. Just go ahead and install it. Or Audio Engine. Don't waste your time with RM's garbage. Uh, mhm. Oh, that's right. You can't hear them this way. There is a downside. It doesn't really play the sounds in a way you can hear them this way. You have to use the built-in thing for RM to hear what the sound is in advance. You know, the issues of using everyone's plugins. It's not their fault. Just RM kind of sucks. Why is there no sound? Is it playing a sound on OBS but not for me? Maybe. No. No. Oh, maybe my sound settings are weird. Let me futz with those for a second because my microphone's fine, but it's supposed to be outputting to my headset. My speakers were currently on. How about now? Was it confused? Huh. Headset? Maybe? Huh. Well, we're going to do a quick test with actual sound files on my computer because maybe RM's just being dumb. It is RM. You just kind of could expect these things out of it. It does weird things. It's that program you use because it's there. Supposedly it's supposed to be easier to use. I'm not sure that's true. Let's listen to a song here. Oh, it's just RM being stupid, right? Because it's playing through OBS, right? No, it's not. Huh. There you go. The track I'm going to use for the Christmas section. Everyone's got Christmas decorations in their attic. I gotta make my game creepy. I actually consider going more of a horror route because if you make a jank horror game and put up there, there's a chance Markiplier will try it because he plays some of the worst horror games imaginable off of itch. He doesn't play RPGs though, but if Markiplier played your game, could you imagine? But I highly doubt he's going to play your RPGMaker game, even if it is a horror game, because he doesn't get the reactions out of it. I thought about this. I was like, I could go more horror. I hit this track too. Um, these still don't work. Okay, so these do work. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to listen to the track right now though, but it is a great track. But the fact that I can't hear them in these means I have to sit there and play them individually. Ugh. You know, the ironic thing is I will actually go into UE to test the play the sound effects because it's a better sound player than like the programs on my computer are at it. Ugh. I get that the point of making this is to prove it can be done. A clock is fine. I just want to test it. Pitch is fine. I don't care. Dynamic does. I don't think it needs to be dynamic. Oh, that's big. There's like all kinds of words on here. I'm sure they mean something. Let's turn our sound back on too. I want it to sound how you see how it sounds over the music because this could matter a lot. Oh, I like the music choices for the game. They're not very loud though. Probably turn them up a bit, I guess. But ARM's just really loud music most time. I love the track for this one though. Oh, I was just talking this thing up here. Okay, well that's a thing to note. I was talking it up all cool. Is there a way to randomize those? This could pose a problem. Oh, this engine. You know what? Just play normal sound. Oh, it's got channel. They can't all be on the same channel. Maybe I talked this up for no reason. Okay. Oh, why am I like the BGS? I have no idea. I haven't used BGSs. I don't even know why they have something called the BGS. Like, how is that anything special from just a sound effect or a music track? Like, I don't get it. Would it be? Do you not do sound effects? Play spatial sound effect. There we go. Wow. Good. None of this. I was like, wait a second. I don't need these audio channels. What noise am I going to use for this? Something not tedious to hear repeatedly. What's this sound like? Awful. Got it. Sound effects are my least favorite part of doing this, by the way. Fine. Doesn't sound good looping, but this is entirely to test and see if it plays okay. You can't hear the music in there. Let's see if it's just annoying or not. See if it blows up like last time. You know, they want, like, this much thing lets you mix audio tracks, so I could actually have multiple audio tracks playing at the same time and do things like that. I don't know if that's worth it, but it's an option. I'm not opposed to it. I don't know what I would do with it. But spatial stuff sounds pretty cool. Another thing that's just built into UE. Still love the track though. I don't hear it. I do love this track though. Anyway, the whole point is not to listen to that track repeatedly. The whole point is to make it make noise. I mean, 1,000 should be pretty close. If 488 moves to the player, I guess I could put it even farther than that. Do I just play a regular sound effect? Maybe I just do a regular sound effect. Let's see if it's just causing problems. I don't know. It's definitely a thing that's a real issue. You can't even hear it. There's a lot of problems with RM. You're really having to use other people's plugins to fix a broken engine. Barely capable of doing anything on its own. Been relying on plugin devs to fix its problems since before I came into the community. Pretty much as long as plugins have been a thing, which I don't know when they started. I think VX or something. Might be the earliest I've ever seen. Definitely near it. See if I eat all these if they go away. Well, 1,500 is pretty far. Why isn't this one making noise? I'm near one, right? Where is it? Suppose I'm near one. Okay, well, that's actually not bad. It's just really loud. It looks like there's one there and I didn't hear anything, but it could also just be a glitch. Okay, it quiets the music, which is really annoying. I don't like that at all. I'm gonna adjust the sound on that. It's so loud. So you know what makes a noise? That distance isn't too bad, but it is obnoxiously loud. Raise the pitch a bit. I wish I could hear it. Pants. This is RM. Why would it be able to do what it says it's supposed to do? That's bizarre and weird, and it doesn't do things like that. Normally it does, but today it just doesn't. I don't know why the editor has decided it doesn't like that. After a while, you just give up questioning. I really like the screen transition. I put 3 important characters. I might actually switch out because the characters I'm using, because the avatar I'm using is actually a character in this game, and it's also an art. It's the only character, or actually one of the only 2 characters that appears in both, and he's a bad guy. But now he's kind of like my logo, kind of. So maybe I just make someone else. I don't know. It's expensive to make people. You gotta give assets and like like you. I do have a lot of assets, so I can kind of make something already, but I don't know. Is this not real? Can I not get it? Is this a fake? I guess it was just dropped to the box somehow, huh? Okay. I think I'll set the distance to be significantly less. It being louder is okay, but I really don't like that it cuts the music out. But the spatial SE doesn't work. Or if it does, it's like designed to be not close enough. I don't know. Actually, TikTok will skip off. Mm. I'll make the radius like 6. I mean, it shouldn't be as big as the map, but it should be big. Okay. See if I can even hear it. Hmm. But yeah, I don't know if I really want him using like that. Like, I might have to make a different villain. He's in the picture there. He has a lot of Daz assets and everything like that, and you can do a lot of character editing to make your stuff look cool. I haven't really spent a lot of time editing guys though, since, well, one, I prefer to look at women 90% of the time, and two, Daz has a lot more options for women than for guys. Like, it's gross, the difference. It's probably like 90% women, 10% guys on there. It's I need to collect a lot of neat assets for them and like that, but I didn't hear it at all. I don't know what to do with this Mush audio engine. It doesn't seem to play the sound effect. Make it like 4? I don't know. I mean, 0's as big as the map. I wish it was just a pixel variance. That'd be really helpful. Why would 0 be as big as the map? Wouldn't you think it'd be like reverse? Maybe that. Wait a second. Let me read this. I might be reading it wrong. What I might be doing is he might have just made 0 the radius purely for the map, but it might actually go the other direction. I don't think it does. Because otherwise, what's the full map size? You know, like what would you use for it? So a lot of times people use 0 as things like that. So I don't want to be all confused and using it backwards. I don't know what I would even use. I made a few villains. I'm really trying to limit the number of characters purely because the amount of assets, the animations, everything just takes a lot of time. Also, there's a cost. The character I have for Yui actually costs about $60 when all is said and done. But as a main character, I really wanted her to be much more unique and cool, so. Yeah, I don't hear it at all. That's troubling. I wonder if there's an updated version of this Mush audio engine. Which version am I using? I'll check right now. Maybe it's a problem that's fixed. 1.06. Mush audio engine. Audio lag remover. All right, so when was the last time this was updated? Oh no, I'm seeing 2000. I'm seeing 2000. Oh no. Why? Why 2000? Oh no. There's a whole bunch of other options I could set too. Where's the download? Show me the newest version. Some tutorials, but I don't plan on watching those anytime soon. Oh, this is the last update. I'll be constantly updating this plugin because I'm using it as my thing. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right, well, and the engine itself has a bunch of options too. 100. Make it loud and make it proud. Maybe that will help. I don't know. I want to be able to hear it, so I'm not asking too much. I'll play a sound effect and hear it. I didn't block it, right? It's still set to work. Okay. I really haven't futzed with a lot of these things yet. Like, you know, like futzing with things has kind of been mostly graphic related, but I'm gonna futz around with the I haven't done sound effects hardly at all. I end up using the base sound system at this rate, which is not good. I mean, it jumps just fine towards it. Just doesn't do much else. Maybe linear works? I don't know. I may be watching his tutorial. Actually, I didn't have it on linear that time too. Who knows? Well, if that fails, I'm probably going to go back to this strategy and just say, yep, it's good. Just call it square and move on. Seems like a solid plan to me. Yes, indeed. So much of RM is just constantly loading up and testing these things. You hear anything? No? Okay. I'm going to fix that double problem right now, I think. This might be more annoying to fix than I want it to be. NPC 1. Oh, an NPC 1. Object destroyed would have a way to deal with that. Never mind, it destroys itself. It's not even part of the NPC system. Except for that first page. I was slowly putting it on there and just never got around to finishing it. I need this command. It's kind of jank that I have to do this, but otherwise I'm going to have to rewrite the entire system, and I don't want to do that. Like, that's Crazy Town. I don't want to live in Crazy Town, okay? I just don't. Crazy Town, you know, it's got plenty of space in it. Or maybe not. I've been to Crazy Town. It's called San Francisco. Terrible place. Don't go there. There you go. You've never lived until you've been robbed in San Francisco. I've been robbed in San Francisco, so there you go. I don't even count that as being, you know, robbed because it's San Francisco. It's just part of going there. Almost need a t-shirt. I've been robbed in San Francisco. Cool. Great t-shirt. Best t-shirt. Let's make the volume lower, I guess. I hate that it drowns out the music. Might be drowning out the music because it's a spatial music too? No, it's the mush music? I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at that guy's tutorials and see how he's doing it. Where so much time is spent figuring out other people's plugins because there's no cohesion to this system. That's why the plugin system, why plugin system is so bad. But it's great for me recycling my code from one arm to the next. You know, I can take this whole system and shoot out a game built on top of it in short order. Yeah, it makes the music quiet. Why is that so loud? It's at like what, 30? Right? It's barely anything. Yeah, that should be so quiet. And yet it just sounds ridiculous. can't type in this.event ID, huh? This track is supposed to be for the Halloween area. So it looks really cool with all the Halloween decorations. That's why that pumpkin house and everything is part of the Halloween costume concept that I'm building. One of the areas, but you know, I'll get to it eventually. I think I might call it in a bit here. I just want to solve this problem, then I'll probably call it for the evening. Oh, okay. Well, my whole event ID idea not happened. No. Let me test something here. Are we mushing it? I think we mushing it. Hidden fear is the one, yeah. So I think that the other thing will not allow me to run both at the same time. And the spatial audio is completely worthless because it's based around events. And unfortunately, I don't know the event ID in advance. I never know them in advance because it's just going to use whatever's the next one available. It doesn't care. So with no ability to know that in advance, if I can't use this event ID, it's basically worthless to me. It's good to know. I mean, I talked up the plugin. The plugin seems really good if you know your events in advance. This will be really loud, probably. You know what there might need to be? Oof. Let me think about this one here. Needs a wait. Also, can I make this quieter? I mean, it's just so loud. I also might shrink the distance that it even appears at. I'm probably gonna use a beep or something later, or some sort of. I was gonna do a hot cold scenario, but if spatial audio isn't gonna work, then I'm kind of not doing that anymore. Might scrap the whole sound idea entirely at that point. Good old RM. I find I have to edit people's plugins to make them useful. I hate doing that. It just adds more time to do anything. That's way louder. That's a little better. Kind of weird flub on that though, where it doesn't show up, or it shouldn't show up. I'll have to double check and see if that one was actually a real one and just wasn't pick upable or something. Run back over there. No, it's still there. Making the noise. It's just being weird, I guess. I think the collection radius needs to be far greater on those. Or they could have an impact on them. Yeah, there. Let's see. The tarot cards. Impact size? Question mark? The reason why they didn't originally have an impact size, like, you know, a collision basically, was that they I was doing it in art, and art needed to drag the things around. So it didn't work out very well if they were like the player couldn't step over them. It's hard to pull them with the little trail. The actual collection thingy is not very good. So I'll make a note for larger collection size. It's good to keep a notepad open when you're doing this. So you can, when you're testing, you can write down all the potential problems, and then you know what to go fix. I often do that and keep it on the second monitor, and then just type in whatever I need. I'm seeing if they can get them all, if I know where they're at, like if they actually have the thing there, but I don't think so. I think it's removing them before I can. I didn't check for the double image problem, but to be fair, because I didn't see the double image problem, that means I might have fixed it without even noticing. I mean, I knew I put the fix in for it, but I didn't even bother to check. I didn't notice it, so maybe it was fixed. I need to record some gameplay of this and put it up somewhere so people can see where I'm at, because it'd probably be a lot cooler to show this than to have a thumbnail. Especially on Twitter. That's probably a really good idea. Can I collect them all? Yeah, that collection size is tiny. I don't like it at all. With sound, I almost don't even need a mini map, but if it did a hot and cold, I could get away with no mini map. But without the hot and cold, and it just being, if you're somewhat near it, it works. Not that useful. There's just definitely a few weird bugs in here. I mean, tonight squished a lot of bugs, including fixing a memory problem I thought was going to be horrific, but it's not so bad now. Once again, we have 21 of them. Very common number here. I was hoping I'd be able to hear it, but I don't hear any of them yet, so that's awkward. They're pretty loud from a pretty good distance, so I guess tomorrow is going to be about fixing the tarot problem. Or there was no tarot problem. I mean, I did actually do the thing to set it back to originally how it was, but look at how hard it was to find without that. So that works. I may do an impact system for that. The fact that they rotate around means that I probably need to anchor them differently. Um, so anchor more centered. I'm not sure where I'm anchoring them at. I'd have to look. Can't type. Oh, okay. That's because they're on DM. I thought going in reverse direction would make them easier to find. It's right here. Weird. So they're all anchored differently, aren't they? Or are they? How are they anchored there? Like 0.5, 0.5? Oh, I think the tarot cards, I'm going to anchor it. Y is 0.5. That'll put them closer to the center. Do a quick test of that. A lot of cases, anchoring them at 0.1 means that it's easier for them to, the base of them to be where the event is actually at. But in the case of this, where the player can walk over it, and I'm using a distance calculation, it's probably better if it rotates around the center of the event. They do seem to rotate a little better looking too, it looks like. I mean, that one's pretty hard to collect. I don't know how I feel about that. That one collected easy. Oh, I know what part of the problem is. It's this. NBC 1, actually page 1, does this. It sets up object, but for the collectible, it does not set up the object. I guess I can do it here. I don't think it needs the rest of this stuff. I am tempted to run it all, though. And let's just swipe some code right out of this other one here. Make this farther out so I can see things at a much greater rate. I hate retyping code. We set this here. Say that. I get lazier and lazier each day. Don't question it, or do, whatever, it's fine. Still gonna be lazy. And then if that's the case, I want one more line of code because I'm just too lazy to type anything anymore. We set this little trip here so it does that. This will stop it from having collection issues. This is the ticker basically, which if you ever want something to wait without actually having to have it wait where it can't do anything else, you just set this up. Just have it count a variable up, and when it hits that variable, it triggers it, and then just remember to set its variable back to 0, and it'll do it again every time. This one will trigger once a second because this event triggers every frame. So very important. But if there's a wait going on, it doesn't always want to switch to the it won't trigger the thing to switch to, like, page D, which allows to be collected. So it'll appear like something is difficult to collect even though it has a perfectly fine hitbox. It's just that it's stuck in a wait, and that brief moment of not being able to collect it can really annoy a player, especially if the player moves too far away and misses it. So we're doing that. Look at how much better those collect. Oh, yes. Why did Papa's cloud vanish? I don't know. Oh, yeah, those are way better. Look at that. That's beautiful. No issues collecting these at all. Oh, yeah. This is the good stuff. Ah, yeah. Also, this track makes me happy. I don't know if it's even loud enough for you guys or not. Turn it up a little bit. I have no way to really test. Other than opening the stream, I guess I could do that at the start of the stream to see how if it's the right. I know my microphone's pretty loud, so I've definitely listened back to my own streams temporarily to see what I could improve. Not all of them though. The longer I do it, the harder it is to actually have time to do it. I need to do something about him being able to just squish the player like this and unable to move. Because the only spirit thing, you can't even get him off you. He's pretty Omega aggressive. I do like the new system for this though. It was very worth it. I guess I'm not going to use the Mush audio system. That's really unfortunate, but I don't really know what else I can do. I mean, I have a system to spatially audio it, kind of, except for it doesn't make it louder or quieter. Yeah, he just stopped the boss from sitting on the player like that. That's annoying. I mean, I seem to have no problem collecting everything, so that's good. The boss is almost aggressive enough to pose a legitimate threat to the player. I gotta balance both their movement and the amount of damage they do, because they do actually, it matters a lot. Like, they can do a lot of damage, but they never catch the player. It doesn't really matter. Still one to go. I want to see it work twice before I, assume that the problem is just fixed by going back to the original system. I mean, I thought the original system was set up fine, but it might not have been, so just to double check. Otherwise, tomorrow is going to be all about fixing this problem, if it is a problem. Also, I need to see about how annoying it is for the player to have to do. I'm really reticent to remove it from the map array, since we saw how that turned out. I can spawn them all. There it is. You managed to find it. Not bad. Got him. Okay. No errors you know about? Just a bunch of console logs I need to get rid of? Works for me. I'm going to remove those console logs while I'm thinking about it. Instead of tomorrow where I'm like, where are the console logs at? I don't even know. That happens. It really does. Best to clean it up now while I'm thinking about it. Apparently I mistyped console. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I was playing with the boss hit points because it wasn't working. I think I fixed that off stream. Yeah, I'm just going to probably leave this one off for now, I think. That might get eventually added to the big system, but I don't know. Those ones I'm fine with, I guess. I guess I can leave a tester in there as an option. Like, I don't hate the idea of a tester. After all, just being able to test it when I needed to is not a terrible thing. That can stay. This seems unnecessary. Yeah, sure. All right, so all that's good. Everything's been saved. We're good. So a pretty successful night. Fixed a lot of problems. It looks like the tarot cards um, don't need anything particularly on there anymore. It looks like they've been fixed by simply putting them back to what they were. I now spawn hundreds of less events now that the floor is fixed. Pretty useful, and so is the wall thing too, so I get to keep it. Was concerned about that, so that's not a problem. What else did I fix? I don't even remember. It's just one night, a long night of who knows what I did. But if you're watching at this point, thanks for doing so. If you've managed to watch what's now 4 hours or something of this and you haven't subscribed, I mean, I don't even know what to tell you at this point. Please do. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, I'm gonna be back tomorrow night. Probably at the same time, though. I might stream earlier as well. I don't know. I think I kind of want to try streaming at other times too, since it's not like I'm getting a lot of people watching at this time. Maybe like 1 or 2 people, and it's pretty unusual even then. But anyway, have a wonderful night, morning, evening, whatever it is for you. It's Imaginary Villain signing off. Later.